If we got all this now set up, should be live on the old Facebook. I'm going to double check these things since I am very much trying to figure out myself how to do all this. But welcome to Give to the Max Day 2218. I hope I'm on the right Facebook page here. Let's see. If not, well, then it's going to be a real interesting day. Let's see. Did we have that going? No, it all says we are. So we got a day planned of different live streams for you. So hopefully we'll be able to have a great day of entertainment and fun. And yeah, I know we're on. Oh, look at that. I'm double checking, and we're broadcasting on YouTube right now. So then let's get that up on Facebook. And as soon as I know then that everything's rolling, then I will say, hey, we are set. But why? Oh, Facebook. You bring me so much joy. Let's see, where's my account? There's us. Why is that? Why can't I go live on this? It says that we are live. I see the picture there. What the heck? These cameras. It says we should be live right now. But maybe it's not wanting to do that. Well, we're going to start off the day with my good buddy who's going to, let's see, we got one viewer. That's probably me. Who's going to start off with some music and tunes for us. So while I figure out how to get this other stuff rolling, we will get him going with his side of it. So yeah, if you would like to introduce yourself. Well, that's me. There we go. There's our man. So yeah, I'm going to turn it over to you.
My name's Ben. I'm an alcoholic and an addict. I did not write these songs.
Yeah, feel free to go.
This song's by my man Ray LaMontagne. Trouble been a dog in my soul since the day I was born. Worry just will not seem to leave my mind alone. I've been saved by woman. I've been saved by woman. I've been saved by woman. She won't let me go. Won't let me go now. Won't let me go. She won't let me go now. Trouble, oh, trouble trouble, trouble, trouble. Feels like every time I get back on my feet, she come around and knock me down again. Worry, oh, worry, 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 worry. Worry like feels like it's like worry is my only friend. I've been saved by a woman. I've been saved by a woman. I've been saved by a woman. She won't let me go. Won't let me go now. Won't let me go. She won't let me go now. Oh, 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 she good to me now. Give me love and affection. She good to me now. Give me love and affection. Oh, yes, I love her. Well, I love her. Well, I love her. Yes, I love her. Oh, she good to me. Good to me. She good to me. Good to me.
Yeah, yeah. Sound fantastic. Thank you. I'm gonna keep getting this out there to the people. The people in old internet land.
So I learned this song is originally by Love and Spoonful. I learned it one of my favorite singers, a Britishman by the name of Joe Cocker, if you've ever heard of him. I learned this from Mad Dogs and Englishmen record.
And talk of all the things we did today. Here and laugh at all our funny little ways while we have a few minutes to breathe. For I know that it's time you must leave. Oh, but darling, we all soon. I couldn't bear to wait an extra minute if you dawdle. Yes, my darling, be home soon. It's not just these few hours I've been waiting since you toddled. For the great relief of having you to talk to. And now, a quarter of my life is coming past. I think I finally see myself at last. And to see that all the time I spent confused was all the time that I spent without you. And I feel myself in bloom. Oh, my darling, you're soon. I couldn't bear to wait an extra minute if you dawdle. Yes, my darling, you're soon. It's not just these few hours I've been waiting since you toddled. For the great relief of having you to talk to. extra minute if you dawdle. Yes, my darling, be home soon. It's not just these few hours I've been waiting since you toddled. Oh, the great relief of having you to talk to. So go and beat your crazy head against the sky. Don't try to see beyond these houses in our eyes. It's so great to shoot the moon. Oh, my darling Beyonce, I couldn't bear to wait an extra minute if you dawdle. Yes, my darling, be home soon. It's not just these few hours I've been waiting since you toddled. Oh, the great relief of having you to talk to. Oh, the great relief of having you to talk to. Oh, the great relief of having you to talk to.
Sounded great. And we are now all up and going on Facebook. So for those who are starting to tune in, please go ahead and share away. Let's raise some money and give it to the Max Big Day for all charities and our nonprofit. Our focus is providing meeting spaces for 12-step programs, helping those on their path of recovery. And every dollar helps keep the lights on and the doors open to make sure that we have space and we keep those meetings happening for the addicts to come. I know that this place has been very important to me, as well as many others who have walked through our halls. And I know I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the wonderful people I have met in this program of recovery. So let's see. I've got all these toys and stuff I get to now play with and figure things out. So there's our 2218 video. And there's me. Hey. Our beautiful building. Bring it right back to Ben.
This song was originally written by the greatest rock and roll band in the world. Those that would say otherwise are wrong. This song,
it's not the Rolling Stones, right? It's not them.
This song happens to be a lot of people's favorite song. Well, I saw her today at the reception, a glass of wine in her hand. Knew she would make a connection, and her feet was a footloose man. Well, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. No, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. Oh yeah, you get what you need. Well, I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse. If we don't vent our frustrations, well, you know we're gonna blow a 50 amp fuse. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. No, you can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you just might find get what you need. Oh yeah, you get what you need. Well, I went down to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. Standing in line with my new friend Jimmy, a man who looked pretty. We decided we would have a soda. What's your favorite flavor? Mine's cherry red. So I sung my song to my new friend Jimmy, and he said one word to me, and that was dead. And I said to him that you can't always get what you want. No, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, yeah, you just might find you get what you need. Get what you need. Yeah. No, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you just might find get what you need.
Yeah.
I couldn't find the embellishment trying to take it out of that chorus. I kept screwing myself up. You need. Sound like a dog dying. The sun's got to shine on you know where.
One of these days I'll have little buttons all set up, make this extra easy. But first live stream broadcast for Give to the Max Day 2020. Trying some new things, and you know, with all the COVIDness of COVID going on, want to come up with more ways to be able to share the important work that we do, and also share the talents and the hard work of the people who keep this club alive. And what a great day to be able to say, hey, these are some amazing people, amazing things happening. And it's been a tough year for everybody. We've all been digging deep. And it's going to get better. And together we're going to get through it as we have been, and we're going to continue to do so. So, and if you know anybody who is interested in recovery, they can check out our website, 2218alano.org, and they can see what our meeting list is. That is kept as current as we can, though sometimes it gets a little bit backed up just based upon how much time we have, which we're always looking for more volunteers to be able to assist. So if you're also looking for an opportunity to do some volunteer work and you're in recovery, please shoot us an email, and you can find that at our website. It's also 2218 Alano Society of Minneapolis at gmail.com. And that will get you in contact with us, and we'll be able to follow up and see where we might find a fit for you. Lots of different opportunities that are going to be coming up to be able to do service work. So definitely looking forward to that. And we're going to pass it back over to Ben. So much more entertaining than I at the moment.
At the moment. This one goes out to local hero Robert Zimmerman. I've seen love go by my door. It's never been this close before. Never been so easy or so slow. Been shooting in the dark too long. If something's not right, it's wrong. You're gonna make me lonesome when you go. Purple clover, queen and lace, crimson hair across your face. You could make me cry if you don't know. Can't remember what I was thinking of. Might be spoiling me too much love. You're gonna make me lonesome when you go. Dragging clouds so high above, a born and known careless love. It always has hit me from below. This time round it's more correct. It's right on target, so direct. You're gonna make me lonesome when you go. Flowers on the hillside blooming crazy. Crickets talking back and forth in rhyme. Blue river running slow and lazy. I could stay with you forever and never realize the time. Situations have been sad, relationships have all been bad. Might have been like Verlaine's and Rumbo. There's no way you can compare all them scenes to this affair. You're gonna make me lonesome when you go. You're gonna make me wonder what I'm doing, staying by behind without you. You're gonna make me wonder what I'm saying. You're gonna make me give myself a good talking to. I look for you in Honolulu, San Francisco, even Ashtabula. You're gonna have to leave me now, I know. See you in the stars above, the tall grass, and the ones I love. You're gonna make me lonesome when you go. Yeah. All right, let's do one more here.
I can listen to you play all day.
Tell that to my neighbor.
Hey, Ben's neighbor, dial in.
This one goes out to good old Robbie Zimmerman all over again. motoring in 56 San Wabasha. Meet me in the morning, 56 San Wabasha. We could be in Kansas by the time the storm begins to thaw. Say the darkest hour is right before the dawn. Say the darkest hour is right before the dawn. You wouldn't know about me, baby. Every day has been darker since you've been gone. Struggle through barbed wire, felt held by from above. Struggle through barbed wire, yeah. I felt the hell by from above. I even outrun that hound dog. Oh, honey, I burn your love. Look at the sun. It's sinking like a ship. Look at the sun, yeah. Oh, it's sinking like a ship. That's just like my heart, baby. Every time you kiss my lips. Have a great one, y'all.
Thank you so much, Ben. That was absolutely fantastic. Let's see. I'm juggling 5 things. We're going to switch over to our awesome banner collage as we roll over here to some readings in a moment. So give us a minute and I will get some other stuff going here. So hang tight and we are going to be right back. Thank you. think we should be back on. I feel like I'm extra quiet in my headphones, but oh, I know why. This is something else I did that I need to fix. But
do you want me to start with reading? Do you want me to start reading by the how it works first off to kick it all off, or?
We can.
I have my book in my bag. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
And then I'll go into stools and bottles.
All right. We are looking like we're good right now. Yeah. We'll be back in just a second. Still, thank you for tuning in. Keep holding on with us. Thank you.
Cold day.
Okay, there we go. Now we're back to being live. So welcome back, everybody. We're gonna do some readings now. So sit back, enjoy. We're gonna let this go, and remember to give what you can, share away, share away. Thank you so much. I'm gonna turn this over to my friend here, and he's gonna introduce himself and do some reading for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd, and I'm an addict. And this is how it works from pages 58 through 60 of the book Alcoholics Anonymous. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we are like now. If you have decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you are ready to take certain steps. At some of these, we balked. We thought we could find an easier, softer way, but we could not. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember that we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for us. But there is one who has all power. That one is God. May you find him now. Half measures availed us nothing. We stood at the turning point. We asked his protection and care with complete abandon. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. 1. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. 4. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5. Admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human the exact nature of our wrongs. 6. We're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7. Humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. 8. Made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9. made direct amends to such people whenever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10. Continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. Many of us exclaimed, "What an order! I can't go through with it." Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We are not saints. The point is that we are willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down here are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress over spiritual perfection. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter to the agnostic, and our personal adventures before and after make clear 3 pertinent ideas. A, that we were alcoholic and could not manage our own lives. B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. And C, that God could and would if He were sought. And now we will be reading from Stools and Bottles, a very famous series of lectures about the first 4 steps of the Alcoholics Anonymous program, using the 3-legged bar stool and bottles as an example. The seat of a 3-legged stool. Stools without legs would be hard to visualize or understand, except by a group of alcoholics to whom unusual sights are no great rarity. Being alcoholic ourselves, we boldly present the seat of this stool from which we hope to develop an object lesson and to point out the continuity and close relation between steps 1, 2, and 3. The true origin of the 3-legged stool has been lost to antiquity, but we gratefully accept it as it came to us with a single seat, 3 legs, and no back. Can you imagine the modern bar without it? The legless seat depicted here is as useless, incomplete, and undependable as the shaky alcoholic it upholds. The fellow whom psychiatrists claim, quote, has both feet firmly planted in thin air. Like the seat, we alcoholics must have legs to support us. Our lives are confused, out of balance, uncontrolled. We should no longer deceive ourselves. We have no tolerance for alcohol. Our physical, mental, and spiritual legs are gone. We need new ones, the AA kind, which are suggested by step 1, step 2, and step 3. Step 1. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. What is the lesson of step 1? What message does it bring? Does it assure our recovery when we admit its teachings? What happens if we don't? Is it a humble, honest step? What about this 1-legged stool? Of what use is it in AA? It has no use, except to illustrate its uselessness. By comparison, each newcomer in AA is quite as unbalanced as a 1-legged stool until he adds the other legs. Steps 1, 2, and 3 are AA's basic steps. Like the legs of a stool, they work only as a unit. We need all of them. One will not do the trick any more than 1 drink would satisfy us in our drinking days. Now that we are in AA and wish to rehabilitate our lives, how do we go about it? Can we learn to control our drinking? If alcoholism is a disease, how is it cured? Where will we find the answers to our many problems? The answers are given in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. Alcoholism is an incurable illness. From the standpoint of control, we can never drink normally again. We can arrest it, however, by living the 12 steps of AA to the best of our ability. This requires study, patience, and practice but it works. We profit most from first learning the whole truth about ourselves, the alcoholic selves we are, rather than the indispensable individuals whom we think we are. The greatest hurdle we must clear is self before we can recover from alcoholism. This is equally true of our physical, mental, and spiritual recovery. For until we fully concede that our uncontrolled use of alcohol has made us ill, we will find no reason for treatment of this illness. Because our alcoholism is self-inflicted and develops so slowly, we are averse to look upon it as a disease. Thus, we retard our recovery with egotistical thoughts of false security. It is advisable to check our reaction toward practice of the various steps. When we rebel against the provisions of a step, we should back away and give that step close study. The suggestions we rebel against are often the very things we should be doing. Most sick persons require exacting care. They rarely ask a surgeon to partially remove a malignant growth. That doesn't make sense. Yet many alcoholics come into AA seeking temporary relief from alcoholism, which can become as serious as any malignant disease. A realistic view toward alcoholism is our first step toward recovery. Before AA, we were always unreliable, drunk or sober. Sober, we might get drunk, and drunk, we might do almost anything. But nothing we did seemed to make good sense. We considered alcohol a requisite of life. Mistaking this depressive drug for a stimulant, we progressively became ill from its use. We tried to recapture the old glow and warmth which alcohol once gave. Blind to our addiction, we failed to realize that sooner or later, depressive drugs must bring pain instead of pleasure. At the end of our drinking is insanity or alcoholic death. Note, the latter is entirely physical and decidedly final. Unwittingly, we had formed many harmful physical habits. Admitting them is the first honest thing AA asks us to do. It is the only thing we can do. Step 1 suggests that we do it. Its purpose is to convince us that we have become alcoholic. Other steps of our program will explain how we recover. Paradoxically, admission of our weakness soon becomes a source of new strength. Make it now and avoid the future reservations that bar success. Some members, still dishonest with themselves, will not admit their alcoholism. So with closed and belligerent minds, they must continue to view sobriety through the cloudy window of self-centered alcoholic reservation. Let's stop resisting recovery and make a true evaluation of step 1 as it relates to the physical illness of alcoholism. This is clearly explained in paragraphs 1, 2, 3, page 2 and 3 in the first edition of Alcoholics Anonymous, and on page 24, the doctor's opinion in the second. Study these pages. Many AA failures would not have happened had the newcomer been reading his big book and realized the importance of good health to his recovery. The toxic alcoholic poisoning which we have built up within our bodies is not conducive to good health or manageable living. Upon entering AA, we should make every effort to improve our physical condition, thus qualifying ourselves for the mental and spiritual progress with which we hope to make later. Occasionally, we encounter persons who discount the physical illness of alcoholism, claiming it is unimportant. Don't be fooled. Don't be deceived. We cannot substitute alcohol for food, vitamins, minerals, and relaxation over a long period of years without paying a physical penalty. Any drug that poisons must do it physically. Alcohol is not a beverage for alcoholics. It is a poison. When we drink it, we get sick. Remove the physical illness from alcoholism, and there isn't much left. In other words, it would be impossible to become alcoholic without drinking alcohol. We agree that we are mentally and spiritually ill as well, but physical illness brings most of us into AA, where we treat first things first. Consider the old adage, know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The obvious truth is that we have acquired alcoholism, from which we can recover but cannot be cured. Our allergy to alcohol is out of control. Contented sobriety is now vital for us. It takes no more courage to face this reality than to sweat out another hangover. Why not face it and start our recovery now? There is no point in waiting. our next drunk might prove fatal. Until we can stop ducking this issue, AA cannot help us, but by facing it, we turn lukewarm desire into grim determination to get well. New faith and hope inspire us. We are on our way. Step 1 puts a strong leg in our recovery stool, but since a stool is worthless with one leg, let's turn to Step 2 for further help. Step 2. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Step 2 represents the second leg of our recovery stool, which is still incomplete but will stand if propped against something more powerful and stable than itself. Newcomers into AA, like the stool, need something more dependable to lean upon than the false promises of alcohol. Like the diabetic who must use insulin or die, we look to some power greater than ourselves for correction of our absurd drinking behavior. Remember how often it bordered upon outright acts of drunken insanity? Having reached this crisis in our lives, we will benefit from a frank admission of our need for help from a higher power. Either that, or we keep on drinking. Shall we let the vanity and reservation spoil this last chance to live sanely and soberly? Why continue to heed the world's long list of pride suckers? You know, the ones who will not learn from past experience. Alcoholics consistently excel in making mistakes, but refuse to profit from them. Like the stupid workmen in the story, they always come out of the short end of life's bounties. This fellow got a new job in a sawmill. The foreman took him to a buzzsaw and explained its operation. Then, after warning him it was dangerous, he sauntered off. Now alone, the workman, fascinated by the whirling contraption, reached an experimental finger toward it. A second later, the finger was cut off. The poor workman let out a cry of pain, and the foreman came rushing up. "What happened?" he cried. "Your darned saw cut off my finger," gasped the workman. "What in the thunder did you do wrong?" asked the foreman. "Danged if I know," said the workman. "I just touched it like this. Ouch, there goes another finger." It is easy to laugh at the lumberjack and keep right on feeding our own fingers into that alcoholic buzzsaw. Some of us will get into our heads the saw as well, allowing insanity to end all hope for future freedom or happiness. This is strong language, but we cannot overemphasize the seriousness nature of alcoholic thinking or its objective to drink at any cost. To drink at any cost with no regard for consequences reduces to its simplest equation the insanity of alcoholism at work. Our intelligence must mark time or leave entirely, while we alcoholics overcome every obstacle between us and the next drink. This obsession sets us apart from normal drinkers who can stop at will. Drinking, we lack the natural instinct of self-preservation, which violates the first principle of sanity, namely, the will to survive. Surely there is mental illness in alcoholism. Consider the ghastly mornings after the nights before. Remember those jittery, agonizing hangovers and how they belie the sanity of our drinking? How they kept us in sickening weakness, remorse, and fear until life was void and unstable as a two-legged stool. In desperation, we took more alcohol to bolster our enfeebled energy as our dear ones stood by vainly trying to help. By the time we had consumed enough alcohol to quiet our jitters, we were drunk again, and obviously insane by anyone's standards. Sick and distraught, we phoned for more liquor or traveled to a bathroom or barroom, and in tragic compulsion continued to drink on energy and money we did not possess. Stupefied, we drank without recall into a new day, another hangover. Among the symptoms of our mental illness are such things as that first drink which starts a new binge, unpredictable behavior, deep resentments, drinking for spite, lack of self-criticism, and emotional instability. Add to this list our other mental quirks, and we find additional symptoms of our mental illness. For example, fear, fits of anger, stinking thinking, criticism, dishonesty, delusions, blackouts, DTs, suicide, refusal to admit that we are ill and that we need help. We need help, all right, but not the kind we or any other human being can render. The second leg of our recovery stool is suggested by step 2. It is help from a power greater than ourselves to restore us to sanity. Suggestions for this help are taken from a basic law of recovery. It does not fail those who sincerely use it. Having failed with our own power, perhaps we can regain our sanity from faith in a higher power. Others have done it. Being convinced of this, it seems advisable to consider step 3, the third leg of our recovery stool. Step 3. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. Step 3 puts the last leg on our recovery stool, which now stands solidly upon 3 strong legs, ready for useful service. It brings us face to face with the thing we have long avoided, a standard for spiritual living. A rough standard for those who are not ready, but a real lifesaver for those who are. Step 3 is just as important to successful recovery from alcoholism as the third leg is to our stool. We need spiritual help to recover. Without it, we have little more than unhappy sobriety, often not even that. This becomes apparent to those who are ready for AA, but it is a mystery for those who are not. Being unwilling to regard alcoholism as an incurable malady, physical, mental, spiritual, they seek a cure for this incurable illness. Not realizing that admission of their illness is the first requisite of recovery, they face future trouble. Borrowing this thought from the Little Red Book, we are reminded that, quote, the first 3 steps are a composite AA package. Conceived in meditation and experience, they are a basic recovery prescription, and when taken with proper timing and in correct proportion, they quickly arrest our alcoholic condition. Complementing each other, however, they fail to work if any one of them is omitted. To agree with this theory is much easier than to live it. Lip service gets us nowhere. Successful AA members are those who sacrifice their reservations upon the altar of sobriety and lose themselves in 12-step living. There is certain spiritual illness in alcoholism. Step 3 gives a solution for its treatment. This is a simple solution, yet for some it is quite difficult. Its success lies in our willingness to discipline our minds with spiritual thinking. Indifference and prejudice are the chief barriers to success. Alcoholic minds rebel against the surrender which this step suggests. Our decision to enter AA was not made with the knowledge that it would be a spiritual way of life. AA's help and understanding are welcome, but step 3 has a familiar ring. It smacks of religion, and some do not like it. They ask, is AA a religion? Our answer is no. It is a 24-hour recovery program borrowed from medicine, psychology, and religion, a daily way of life by which we arrest alcoholism. Before deciding against the logic of AA's spiritual benefit, why not first consider our reasons for being here? Are we here to rebel or recover? To rewrite the 12 steps or to live them? To make fools of over 400,000 alcoholics who recovered by them? Or to try and recover too? Dare we pass up our only source of help left? Yes, we can if we wish, but that is hardly consistent with our AA purpose. Our aversion to spiritual law is a good example of alcoholic inconsistency. We accept the Creator's natural laws without question, but reject the spiritual laws necessary to recover. What is our reason? Why do we accept God's physical laws and lack the faith to benefit from spiritual help? Few of us believe that at sundown the sun will never rise again, or that the earth, moon, stars, and other terrestrial bodies will cease revolving in their orbits. Our faith in their performance is unlimited. There are no grounds for doubting the law of gravity. We believe in it. We can't defy it. Elevators prove this contention and are still used to descend from the top floors of high buildings. This practice will probably continue unless some alcoholic discovers how to disprove it. The law of gravity discourages faster methods of descent, such as jumping down elevator shafts or leaping out windows. Oddly enough, though, this does happen to some who persist in violating God's physical, mental, and spiritual laws. Not all leap out of windows. Some pay penalties in other ways, but there are penalties to be paid, and drinking alcoholics pay them, one way or another. On the other hand, there are many rewards for spiritual living. To be quite definite about the matter, they outnumber the penalties and should be good reason for accepting step 3. By the daily spiritual practices of AA, we lift ourselves out of the depths of alcoholic weakness and ignorance to strength, health, and a new understanding of our purpose in life. The 12 steps teach us how to exchange old goods for new. Daily, we trade fear for courage, drunkenness for sobriety, and despair for assurance. Members are often reluctant to use the new source of power from which step 3 opens up for them. We should use it. It is a source of power which will assure us sobriety and peace of mind. We always rise above our problems when we resign our reservations to God's will. These are the satisfying results of spiritual living. These are the rewards to be gained from a surrender of our wills to that of a higher power. It is not hard to do or too difficult to understand, providing we have been hurt enough and are determined to stop at nothing short of recovery. Nobody tells us how we shall live the program or how we must understand God. That is our privilege. But we can draw helpful conclusions from the experiences of successful older members who are ready and willing to help us. The purpose of this discussion is directed toward that end. Since there will be as many interpretations of God as there are members in AA, no fixed plan of action can be given. But it is obvious that studying the 12 steps and asking God's will daily should be most helpful. Step 3 covers a lot of territory and, at times, becomes confusing. We will avoid confusion by first dividing the step into 3 parts, which view a study of each part separately. Later, putting them together, we learn how they function as a whole. This allows us to see the actual working mechanics of the step and lessens our tendencies toward a biased or emotional acceptance of it. Thus, we avoid confusion and reduce spiritual prejudice by presenting the manner so that each member may form his own conception of a higher power. It is important that we have this concept as AA teaches us that our recovery from alcoholism is contingent upon spiritual condition. A caution should be observed at this point. It may challenge our open-mindedness and test our willingness to accept and enlarge upon AA's spiritual possibilities. For although we may have strong convictions either for God or against Him, the fact remains that they were powerless against our alcoholism. Our unimaginable lives proved that. It is evident that open-mindedness is necessary to our plan of recovery. We will have to change much self-centered thinking and kill those ideas about the 12-step program which tend to defeat its purpose. It is easy to get lopsided ideas regarding its principles. Some ideas are pretty cockeyed, yet we all had them. Newcomers will continue to have them, but will finally lose them the same as we did. For this reason, we must be tolerant with each other, ever trying to help one another with as much understanding and consideration as possible. Steps 1 and 2 identified an incurable illness in our lives. Step 3 suggested approved, effective treatment for the spiritual part of this illness. This step has 3 proposals, which, as explained, will be studied separately. Made a decision. Upon what grounds shall this decision be made? Illness or idiosyncrasies? Members have failed in AA because of the latter. Too impatient to carry the message and to advance their fellowship status, they soon leap over the decision in step 3, looking for new worlds to conquer. Poor progress follows as they never conquer nor enrich their minds with 12-step understanding. Like people traveling without road maps, they generally arrive at the wrong places. Compliance takes the place of surrender, and trouble begins. For them, alcoholism is but a lack of willpower, or perhaps just plain sin. Recovery under such conditions is unpredictable. For until we truly face our real problems and are willing to overcome all of them, we can expect little help from AA. What are some of these conditions? What do alcoholics substitute for their actual problems? Who fails in AA? Why? 1. Those who look upon alcoholism as a moral problem rather than an incurable disease. 2. Reluctant members forced into AA to keep out of the doghouse. 3. Members who join up just for the ride, strictly on the wagon, hogging the driver's seat. 4. Some who are heavy drinkers but not alcoholics. 5. Alcoholics but constitutionally dishonest. 6. The occasional atheist or agnostic who will not accept a spiritual program such as ours. 7. Member whose AA purpose is publicity and personal gain. 8. Alcoholics who would dry up for the good of others. 9. Newcomers in AA to appease other people like wives, husbands, judges, employees, relatives, business associates, and friends. 10. Members with reservations. The boys and gals who accept only parts of the 12-step program, upon which they place a distorted interpretation with self-centered interest. It is true that many good resolutions might arise from the various reasons listed, but they would not keep us from drinking long. No reason will until it includes alcoholism, fatal and incurable. Others fall short of the mark and give no reason for a far-reaching decision such as that required by Step 3. The crux of this step is the decision. Read it over. Does it ask for anything more? Steps 1 and 2 are the only premise upon which our decisions can honestly be made. Sobriety and peace of mind depend upon the kind of decisions we make. Make it serious. We have all decided upon important matters before, but believe it or not, this is the most important decision we could be called upon to make at this time. Our future welfare and security depended upon it. Actually, our spiritual possibilities are unlimited when we are willingly and honestly decide to live them. How we carry our provisions of Step 3 is not a matter of immediate concern. Other steps in our program tell us how to do this. We will get to them in due time. Nothing is more important to us right now than an intelligent decision to accept this step without reservation. By experience, we have learned that a decision based upon any reason other than alcoholism will not last. But when based upon alcoholism and illness, physical, mental, spiritual, it keeps us active in AA, sober, and contented. It awakens us to our real need for help and to the nature of that need. We stop kidding ourselves and honestly evaluate our true alcoholic condition. This knowledge creates a strong incentive for accepting Step 3. It supplies a motive for surrender of our alcoholic will to a power greater than ourselves. Unless we can find some power that is greater than our own, something more important than alcohol, we have nothing to live for. Why keep on drinking and subjecting our will to John Barleycorn, that sneaky double-crossing guy, who only rewards in despair, insanity, and alcoholic death? This does not interfere that sobriety should be gained through fear. On the contrary, we gain it through faith and courage. Fear is a form of ignorance. Faith, based on knowledge, is a sign of intelligence. Fear is not lasting. It leaves us quickly, and we start drinking again. Craving a drink, we fear no consequence, which is ample reason for making the decision suggested by Step 3. Armed with it, and the truth about our alcoholism, we start our recovery. We are now at the second division of the step, the part dealing with our will and our lives, which suggests that we turn them over to the care of God. To clarify our discussion, we will subdivide the second division, presenting the alcoholic's will first. Turning our will over to God. Having made a decision, our next step is to turn our will over to the care of God as we understand Him. At least, that is all we propose to consider at the moment. The question before us is simple. What is an alcoholic's will? We shall deal with it in all its simplicity and to avoid the many complexities we would otherwise encounter. The truth is, we will to drink when and where we choose, resigned to drinking's penalties. The fact that we have lost the power of choice narrows down the purpose of our will to one choice, namely, to drink. This flat statement of an alcoholic's will relates to his unpredictable drinking behavior and is open to argument. Few of us drank all of the time. Some members served their communities. Others held responsible positions contributing to the welfare of their families. But only by bluff, lies, imposition, and the cooperative support of friends and families did we manage to conduct many important businesses. Therein lies the rub. For when the urge to drink came, families, religion, and business were neglected and disregarded in favor of drunkenness. We have rationalized this all too long. We're in AA now. Let's stop it. Medicine and psychiatry seek scientific reasons for our drinking, but not AA. We admit the results, surmounting them with our spiritual way of life. For this reason, we advise new members to remain laymen. Alcoholics do not stay sober who try to become able doctors and clergymen overnight. Knowing that members try it, we stress the tendency so it may be avoided. The will of the drinking alcoholic seems to point in one direction, toward the bottle. Perhaps we should briefly consider our drinking attitude. There is no identical pattern of behavior for which alcoholics conform. There's a fixed ratio of binges, however, for those who swear off for certain periods of time. The new binges are always in proportion to their resolutions to stop drinking. That is how the alcoholic will function. Even on the wagon, we were never sure just how long we'd be there. We knew exactly the number of days we'd been sober, but had no idea when we might take that first drink. The exception being, when on a definite period of sobriety, we were counting the days until the next drunk. We claimed that we wanted to quit drinking. We thought we meant it. We didn't want to quit. We only wished that we wanted to. What we actually wanted was to control our drinking, or at least enough to keep out of trouble. The word trouble has a wide range of meaning for the drinking alcoholic. Physically, it can refer to anything from an upset stomach to an alcoholic death. Between these two extremes, we are subject to many other infirmaries, all because of our unconscious alcoholic will to drink without restraint. For example, there is amnesia, mineral and vitamin deficiency, big heads, jitters, cold sweats, pneumonia, liver and heart conditions, alcoholic neuritis, low blood sugar, chronic alcoholic poisoning, and kindred ailments. The greater the affliction, the more our alcoholic will leans towards the bottle. Any one or a combination of these maladies meant trouble for us. Blackouts, DTs, insanity, and other sicknesses added to our difficulties. They all resulted in mental and bodily discomfort and loss of valuable time. Because of them, we often required hospitalization. At times, we sweat them out at home, but not without someone's aid, intolerance, or without loss of our business interests. Trouble presented itself in other forms, such as ill health, anxiety, and fear. Under alcoholic influence, anything might happen, and it always did. Drunkenness begot drunkenness. It dulled our judgment and finer sensibilities. Financial difficulties appeared. Creditors became bothersome. Sometimes we brawled, landing in jail. At times we were arrested for intoxication, drunken driving, or other law infringements. Divorce and sex problems messed up our lives. On occasion, our will to drink amounted to an obsession and always ended in trouble. Despite the extreme gravity of all these problems, we had others as bad, if not worse. How about the alcoholics with advanced brain deterioration, or those planning suicide, to say nothing of the unfortunates who try it? The harm drinking caused us was great but small when compared with the irreparable harm done to others. Sometimes it was physical violence to members of our families. Then there were cases of bodily harm and even death, which we inflicted upon people by reasons of our drunken, insane acts. This, and the inconceivable emotional harm done by them, can never be completely listed. So much for the sorry experiences of our alcoholic willfulness and their tragic effect upon the lives of others. These regrettable acts need not recur once we recognize the spiritual illness of alcoholism and seek God's help to arrest it. We should make this our ambition, but it must become more than a good solution. Although God honors faith and service, he does not reward wishful thinking. It is only when we make our lives a channel for his will that he grants us contented sobriety. His will regenerates us. Our will to drink can only destroy us. Sometimes we attribute our alcoholism to sinfulness and a weak will. Gluttony is always sinful, but there is nothing weak about our will to drink. On the contrary, we were unusually strong-willed wherever alcohol was concerned. Not understanding our willfulness, we mistook it for weakness. Our conscious mind often prompted us to put on the brakes, so we made sober resolutions. For indefinite periods, they gave a restive, water-wagging kind of sobriety. But deep within, buried in our subconscious mind, a more dominant will urged us to drink at any costs with no holds barred. We admit that sin played a part in our sickness, but as a result rather than its cause. We believe that turning one's will over to the care of God is vital for AA members. It is surely something to do with all sincerity, for recovery is a life and death affair for most of us. A matter in which only a decision born of sincerity and desperation will kill that deeply buried urge to drink at any cost. Step 3 suggests the only way we know of diverting an alcoholic's will from drunkenness to sobriety. It is not a step of slavery, but of freedom from self-centered willfulness. It gives us mastery of our will by sublimating its destructive energy with love, service, and spiritual power. By this practice, we convert our creative forces within to constructive use and regulate to great extent our circumstances without. Thus enlightened about our will and the inward thoughts which mold our destiny, we are ready to turn our will to drink at any cost over to the care of God as we understand him. Turning our lives over to God. Leaving our understanding of God to be discussed under the third division of this step, we now propose an investigation of the present circumstances of our lives. Having admitted that we are unmanageable, we would learn how to place them in God's care. Step 3 poses certain unpleasant issues which we have dodged for years. What has drinking done for our lives? Have we deteriorated spiritually because of drinking? What is an alcoholic's life? For normal people, life is a vital thing, a series of happy experiences of mind and body, exciting them to acts of creative, useful service. It is a conscious, living state of growth and reproduction which brings them peace of mind and zest for further living. It has the animated quality which distinguishes between dead and living things. Can we, by any stretch of imagination, establish our daily drinking experiences as normal? Were our lives like that? Hardly. They do not pass the simple test of normal living. Some members would like to forget their unmanageable lives, but it is not a safe thing to do. A complete personality change is in order. We should remember this when we make a decision to turn our will and our lives over to a helpful guidance or a higher power. Remember also that our lives were not what alcoholic rationalization made them out to be. They had very little in common with normal lives, with one exception. Although spiritually emaciated, we were not really dead. We often wished to die, but could not. The longer we lived, the more we drank. The more we drank, the less we had to live for. The less we had to live for, the more we rationalized our reason for living. Such was the progressive nature of our alcoholic illness. Such is the nature of the life that alcohol exacted from us, the life which we now entrust to God's care. Considering the fact that we are powerless over alcohol and that we can no longer endure our unmanageable lives, we are lucky indeed to find a simple means of rehabilitation in AA. Our recovery starts when we admit our powerlessness and ask God for help. Our egos, long pickled in alcohol, will never cease fighting this honest reality. It is advisable to face this circumstance with open minds, ready and willing to begin our recovery. Why hide our heads in the sand of ignorance and rationalization? We need God's help. We must have it, otherwise we cannot recover from our spiritual illness. Failing in that, we cannot recover at all. There's a great difference between agreeing with step 3 and trying to live it. A dangerous difference for an alcoholic, for one is compliance, the other surrender. Alcoholics comply, but fight surrender. The human mind knows when we are in earnest. It winks knowingly at compliance, but willingly obeys complete surrender. Under surrender's powerful regenerative urge, it properly deflates our supercharged egos and kills that hidden will to drink at any cost. Summing up the good and bad characteristics of the lives we bring into AA, we find them, just as described in step 1, powerless over alcohol and unmanageable. Compulsive drinking has confused our thinking and made us physically, mentally, and spiritually ill. These are the end results of our alcoholic living. Our plan in AA is to arrest them before they ruin us. From this dark picture, it might seem that the future held nothing for us, that our inherent capabilities for constructive living were dead. This would be true but for one fact. We all retain a source of untapped power which is to be found in our spiritual possibilities. Through them, we attain life's greatest blessings. But unless we try to develop them, we will sink to life's lowest estate. Some people rob themselves, some are robbed by others, but no one can ever rob us of a happy, sober life if we will develop our spiritual power as step 3 recommends. Having arrived at an honest understanding of the harmful, purposeless nature of our alcoholic lives, there should be no question about what we propose in trusting to God's care. This brings our discussion up to the last division of step 3. God as we understood him. It may appear preposterous and presumptuous to discuss a definite plan of understanding God and of having personal contact with him, but since this is the ultimate result of step 3, there is no other choice. It seemed fitting that one alcoholic should willingly explain to his understanding of God to another, for who but another alcoholic would listen or hope to gain anything help from it? Understanding God is not beyond our power of reason and attainment. We begin to sense his help as soon as we make our decision to start living the 12 steps. Personality changes in the lives of members who live the steps are proof of this. Evidence is found in their happy, sober lives. We can vouch for these facts. It is the explanation of our daily contact with God which defied description. It cannot be defined. We are not spiritually awakened by a single act, but by many AA thoughts and acts which we perform each day. It would be convenient if we could perform an outstanding accomplishment and immediately qualify as a spiritual people. At this writing, there seems to be no standard for attainment of this goal. Many alcoholics have tried it without success. Being alcoholics, we still try. That seems to be the nature of our personalities, to look for shortcuts. But spiritual shortcuts are decidedly dangerous. They lead in one direction only, that is back to the bottle and more drinking. Step 3 suggests that we try to attain a better understanding of moral values, that we show our willingness to learn God's will by displaying our own will. This requires the practice of faith, humility, and courage. We should cultivate these personality traits until, by their daily practice, we form new spiritual habits. In reality, our future security is dependent upon our willingness to be reborn from lives of alcoholic deterioration to healthy, sober lives ruled by just motives and maintained by a regular spiritual contact with God. The secret of successful recovery is surrender. Surrender of what? Surrender of false pride, spiritual prejudice, and our other alcoholic weakness to a higher power for help. We try to surrender as completely as possible, for members who are willing to settle for less than their best efforts often fail to recover. We know of no way to escape this reality. Our best interests are served when we do not attempt it. It is inconsistent to refuse life and sobriety through the medium of the 12 steps. Our program is not hard to follow. The 12 steps are simple. AA life is simple. If daily practice of the 12 steps opens the way to spiritual living, then our approach to an understanding of God becomes simple. When ready, we will overcome our egotism and seek the network of alcoholic delusions in which our thinking has become trapped. To live, we must end the reservations which jeopardize our recovery. We shall then stop speculating about God and try to utilize his help. Some alcoholics rise to positions of great understanding, service, and power with this help. Others remain in helpless confusion without it. Suppose that we are willing to try to understand God's will, but are opposed by biased, prejudiced, and agnostic views. How can we overcome them? We will require a strong incentive to establish a conscious contact with God. Alcoholics have this incentive. It is found in steps 1 and 2. Life and sanity are the considerations. If God is the only one who can help us preserve them, it seems foolish to refuse such an available source of help. We should be open-minded and try to get our spiritual understanding by living the 12 steps. Unmanageable alcoholic lives are incentive enough to start us working out our own interpretation and understanding of a higher power. This is slow in the beginning, but we will gain in wisdom and grow in strength each day. Without attempting to define God, perhaps we can improve our understanding by considering the qualities which are attributed to him. Then, as we acquire some of these qualities, our lives will become enriched and spiritual progress will become easier. What are these qualities? Do they result from 12-step living? Yes, we think so. Here are a few of them. Qualities we commonly associate with God from which AA members gain benefit are such things as honesty, sincerity, good motives, moral courage, creative energy, intelligence, decency, reason, virtue, peace, composure, justice, fair dealings, hope, truth, conscience, faith, honor, open-mindedness, charity, mercy, compassion, humility, appreciation, tolerance, forgiveness, service, and love. There are many who believe that the last two attributes embrace all the rest. We have yet to meet an alcoholic who is devoid of all these qualities. Nobody is completely bad, no matter how poor his reputation. Illness, remorse, and despair often make us indifferent to life's moral values, but given the right inspiration, we will accept them. There is some good in the worst of us. It may be fighting for life, but it is still there. In AA, where there is recovery, where there is life, there is hope for recovery. Was this spark of good within us? Is it God waiting to be understood? How shall we locate and interpret it? With no evidence to the contrary, we feel justified in calling it our spiritual possibility. It could be a power greater than ourselves, located within our own hearts and minds. What we call it is of no consequence. The fact that we all have it, believe in it, and improve upon it is the only thing that matters. Spiritual awakening in man is a natural response to universal law, a means by which he elevates himself to power above his physical limitations. This inherent possibility must be developed. It is not available on demand. Alcoholics can neither buy nor sell it. It is the reward of spiritual thought and endeavor. We earn it bit by bit. Its wage is faithful effort. By faith, we open the way to AA understanding. By love and service, we kill prejudice and allow God to enter the dungeon walls of alcoholic thinking. He enters by the secret door of surrender when we are entirely ready to lose our drinking allergy and our mental obsession. When this happens, he gives us the keys to contented sobriety. Step 3 is the key. It outlines a workable plan of action. We simply work it to the extent of our ability and pray that God will do the rest. To date, he has not let us down. Our knowledge of God's will comes as we lose ourselves in 12-step living. As we develop our talent in this service, he gives us understanding of his will for us. Part of it comes from the inspiration we receive as we surrender our will and lives to him. The rest is a matter of prayer, meditation, faith, and willing service. Our mental attitude is important. Motivated by desire and willingness to recover from our illness, we develop spiritual strength and understanding. It comes slowly from simple daily acts such as admitting our wrongs, taking inventory of our character defects, becoming forgiving of others, practicing honesty, humility, tolerance, love, anonymity, making amends, and carrying the message to other alcoholics. Step 3 adds a third leg to our recovery stool. Its simple requirement is a final decision to surrender our will to drink to God as we understand him, and to gain our understanding of him by living the 12 steps. To do this, we must learn a few facts about ourselves. It's time to pull our stool to the inventory table and go to work. Step 4. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. In terms of AA progress, our inventories are most essential. They are fully as important at this time as our decisions were in Step 3. We all know that decision without action serves no worthwhile purpose, and neither does AA without Step 4. To admit our alcoholism with all its hidden defects is not enough. We have always suspected they were there, but never went to the trouble of listing them before. This is also true of the sorrow and injury which our drinking habits have brought to others. Step 4 actuates our decisions. It starts us listing the defective character traits which have separated us from God, making our lives unstable and ineffective. This inventory is needed for several reasons. First, to learn our character defects so we may correct them. Second, to prepare us for taking Step 5. Third, to visualize the amends we owe to those whom our drinking has injured. If we aspire toward more than temporary AA benefits, it will be wise to make a thorough written inventory. We should not procrastinate, for anything which the alcoholic mind puts off indefinitely is likely to go undone. We often meet with people in our fellowship who are not taking the full AA treatment, but we never let that stop us from our own recovery efforts. Suppose Joe Blurk may say, "That's the inventory, I never wrote one, I'm sober." Joe gives a misleading picture of his true AA status. He is sober, all right, but cocky and unhappy about it. Eventually he may get drunk or leave AA. Quite often he does both. Must we follow in Joe's egotistical footsteps? No, not at all. If we wish to recover, we will safeguard our sobriety by writing our inventories. Like Joe, we have much to learn about dry drunkenness. Our inventories will disclose its symptoms. The quickest way to physical drunkenness for AA members is via the mental binge. When sober, this is hard to realize, but it is true. The following pages are devoted to 8 of our most common character defects. They contribute largely to all mental drunkenness in AA. They all belong in our inventories because of their harmful effect upon our lives. Resentment. Resentment is like a double-edged sword. It cuts 2 ways, injuring us more than it wounds another. Alcoholics know that it harms them more, for it leads them back to drinking. AA states that resentment is the number 1 offender among our members, that it puts more alcoholics in their graves than any other thing. Its subtle action is cunningly contrived to deceive us regarding the danger of its use. Resentful members may be physically sober but very drunk mentally. Spiritual illness. Resentment makes slaves of us all, binding us with mental chains to the things we hate. We find our release in prayer. We cannot hate and pray for anything at the same time. Dishonesty. Our founders placed the label of failure upon this bottle from which we have all imbibed so freely. They state that contented sobriety and dishonesty are incompatible. This is not because AA decrees it, but because an alcoholic reacts that way. The cause for this reaction is given in detail on page 70 in the original edition on Alcoholics Anonymous, and page 58 in the second edition. Study the chapter How It Works to learn why those who are dishonest with themselves cannot be dishonest with others, and why being dishonest with ourselves starts us drinking again. Dishonesty breeds fear, kills peace of mind, separates us from God, frustrates AA effort, and makes us drink. Criticism. There is nothing for an alcoholic to be critical about in AA if he is there for the right purpose. Members should look upon themselves as sick people and regard the AA program as a means of self-preservation, not something to be critical about. In reality, AA becomes our school and hospital. Sponsors guide us, but we must develop our own strength by study and practice of the 12 steps. We fill this unique role of patient, intern, nurse, and doctor, treating our illness under the care of God as we understand Him. AA efforts would prove fruitless if the world assumed a critical attitude toward our recovery. Let us keep this in mind when we become critical. Self-pity. Pity is a feeling for the suffering of others. Self-pity is a gross misuse of this worldly feeling. It is an extreme form of self-centeredness, which retards our spiritual growth. There are many reasons for self-pity, and they are all bad. Members who are daily addicts to this insidious mental poison lead unhappy lives and stand little chance for success in AA or elsewhere. To be filled with commiseration, compassion, and sympathy for others is an inferior feeling born of emotional instability. It stifles AA growth. Self-pity is the brother of resentment. It is the childish rebellion against God, people, and circumstances. Appreciation is the antidote for this poison. Intolerance. Tolerance, like a spiritual lubricant, reduces friction and keeps AA running smoothly on its bearings of humility and service. The 12 steps are built upon tolerance. Without it, there could be no AA. The disposition to tolerate beliefs and practices differing from our own is an important part of personality change, which the 12 steps help us develop. It is a good sign of emotional maturity in a member. Intolerance is the opposite. It is that part of the alcoholic personality which we attempt to change. By checking this character defect daily, we can determine just what sort of progress we are making. The written inventory of Step 4 is a good place to begin. Jealousy can become a combination of every emotion, impulse, and feeling. Each emotion has its good and bad characteristics, but not jealousy. It is made up of all their bad features. Jealous members cannot live normal lives in AA. They are motivated by fear, mistrust, and resentment. In this mood, we have no peace of mind. We lack faith in AA. We do not trust God or our fellow members. We aspire for offices we do not get and keep our group in an uproar because of our strange obsession. Our envy exacts the exclusive devotion of others. It does not tolerate rivalry. Jealousy and criticism have broken up a lot of AA groups. We had better not overlook them in our inventory. Anger is a strong emotion of displeasure which excites us to acts of antagonism, fury, rage, and violence. It is a human impulse loaded with mental and physical energy. But since we have to live with it, we must learn how to divert it to constructive use. Most of the time we must kill it entirely. Otherwise it may kill us. Anger, in a broad sense, indicates a decided loss of self-control. Fury and wrath imply an overmastering passion of verging on madness with an intent of revenge and punishment. The 12 steps are a spiritual way of life which directly oppose anger in all its phases. They are meant by which we learn to control its harmful influence. We inventory our anger. Fear. Fear is a painful emotion marked by alarm, terror, and anxiety. Its forces are well known to both the alcoholic and his family. The family fears for the welfare of the alcoholic and for his own security. The alcoholic fears for his own inadequacy to live normally because of his compulsive drinking. Fear is a destructive energy which we have long used against ourselves. It belongs in our inventories as its use has become mostly negative. We find that our fears are closely associated with conscious guilt, which undoubtedly stems from compulsive drinking. Fear has survival uses, though, when used correctly. Live and let live. Few alcoholics come into AA with the voluntary purpose of staying drunk. Yet some, burdened with resentment and dominated by self-centered objectives, continue to drink. Even though AA provides a solution for their alcoholic dilemma, not all will accept it. Recovery is possible for those who will live the AA program to arrest their alcoholism. But even for them, there is a battle to be won. Rebellious alcoholic personalities die hard. Hence the reason for our progressive 24-hour program to sublimate our thinking so that by being honest with ourselves, we may deal fairly and decently with others. The old adage, live and let live, is a basic principle of our recovery program. We can detect its influence in every step. Our thoughts regarding others and the manner in which we treat them are so important to our recovery that they often sway the balance between success and failure. We maintain the miracle of our sobriety by sharing it with other alcoholics. To hoard our good fortune is to lose it. AA is not a theory. It is a way of sober, normal living. We live it successfully when we admit our alcoholism and seek recovery. We gain forgiveness when we become forgiving. We escape suffering and punishment when we stop dealing it out. We acquire sobriety and peace of mind when we start living the 12 steps on the basis of love and service, prompted only by a desire to live and let live.
All right, thank you. That was fantastic. Let me switch around a few things on the audio here. There we go, that moves that there. And let's see, let's turn me on. Hello, there I am. Hi. Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. Anybody ever tell you have a radio voice? Once or twice, I presume. Thank you so much, Todd, for doing those readings. That is Stools and Bottles. And who's the author on that?
It is basically a character study in 31 daily meditations brought to us by our friends at Hazelden. It was founded based on a formal literature and a formal talk they would do to illustrate the first four steps of AA as a three-legged stool, and then the bottles of resentments that need to be dealt with that sat upon it.
Nice. Some of the little less known books that we do have to draw from. Give us a moment here, and we're going to get some little bit of music going and continue some of the readings, again, from some of the different texts. So hold up just a moment while we get this changed over, and thank you so much for sticking with us. think I like that one. There we go. So thank you so much for sticking with us. And yeah. Gonna bring some more people on to do some additional readings and definitely have some fun with all the cool stuff that we do have going on, and that we're going to continue to try to keep this going throughout the day for y'all. And I do hope people are enjoying themselves. We do have more reading. Leave some comments if there's anything that you would like to hear. We are trying to get into the flow of doing some of this stuff, so learning ourselves how to be able to do all these different things. It's not just a cut and dry process, but that's okay. It's always great to learn new things. So yeah, I'm gonna go and grab the next reader and leave this going for a moment. So let me move that over to our nice 2218 video. Oh, look at that person right up there. And bring it back to the awesome 2218 graphics. Thank you, Angie A, for making those. Much appreciated. And remember to give to the max. And yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and mute that channel. Howdy. Let's see. I'm glad to have people joining in. And we're going to get some other people coming up. But howdy, y'all. So right now I got the space to myself, so I can enjoy a little bit of my own mask free. But I do hope for those out there that you're doing what you need to keep yourself, people you love, protected. I'm gonna go ahead and play a few songs and whatnots. So I got the board open if you got any requests. Also, if anybody would be interested in dialing in and having a conversation, I can send you the link and we can talk about what 2218 has meant to you or things you're grateful for within your recovery program. So anybody who's interested, let me know and I will get you the link. And yeah, let's get hopping, right? Where is that coming from? That's one. stayed, and rusted my cage. And then I felt the chance to escape, but it took great lengths. It might mean I'd have to change. And is it worth the game that I gotta play? Was it worth this? Am I worth it to make this escape? Am I worth it? Step by step, I work my way. The corridor of life, a lot left. As I go and walk this road, but I no longer feel alone. I found my way, I broke free of this cage. I found my way, and I don't feel like I have to escape. I found my way with a little help from my friends. I met a few new ones, and I made many amends. I might have found a little bit of a high power too, and now I don't feel so alone in anything that I have to do. I've got to make a change and break out of this rusted cage. Live my life in a new way. I gotta make my escape. Gotta free myself from this way of living life. Gotta make my escape. But I'm not alone, I'm not alone. There's so many good people I've met on this road. They help me take the next step. Come and join me on. Come and join me on this road. Yeah. Hope everybody is, now put the reverb on my voice. Hope everybody is having a good day, enjoying themselves. That is, give to the max. Give what you can, share if you can. Help us keep the doors open for the next addict, alcoholic, looking for that path of recovery, and help us keep that door open, those lights on for those who come here as part of their recovery path. Very grateful for the people who have been able to donate and give today already. We're going to keep this little live stream going for as long as we can throughout this day and evening. So I'm going to keep noodling away for a moment, and yeah, please go ahead and share. And like I said, give what you can. Thank you. Oh, there it is, that nice reverby again. Yeah, death don't have no mercy in this land. You come to your house, it won't take long. You look in the bed and your father be gone. Well, death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. You come to your house and you won't take long now. You look in the bed and your mother be gone. Death don't have mercy in this land. They're gonna take your family away. Yeah, well, death is gonna take your friends, yeah, all away. Yeah, with the needle in their arm, it just causes harm. But nobody's spending time to send up the alarms. Yeah, well, death gonna take your friends and family away. Drinking the bottle and death is just one step away. Yeah, they're drinking the bottle and they just got one more breath in the stay. They're drinking the bottle and death wanna play. They're drinking the bottle and death, he'll stay. Yeah, death gonna take your friends and family away. Death's gonna take your friends and your family away. With a needle in their arm, who's gonna save? Who's there left to save when they've all gone away? With a needle in their arm, who's left to save? And death's gonna take your friends and your family away. Gonna trick you every single day. The bottles of pills, yeah, they're gonna take that last breath away. They're gonna make you think that what you're doing is safe, but ain't nothing safe when that bottle's got its place in the fist in the hand. The friends and family gone away. Yeah, but death's gonna take your friends, your family away. From the booze, the pills, the needles, they can't stay. Yeah, death's gonna come, gonna take that last breath right from your lungs and bring yet to bed, yeah. Well, death gonna take your friends and family away. Yeah, death gonna take your friends, your family. Yeah. All right. Oh, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. Need to get a couple more people to come on down. So, yeah. Share away, share away. If you'd like to join in on this, I can bring you into the broadcast. Just let me know. I'm going to step outside for a minute and get some air, and I'm going to leave with a little bit of a backing track just to keep something happy and rolling and going and all that good stuff. So stick around. I will be back, and hopefully we'll have more people as well. And thank you so much for already tuning in and being a part of this. Thank you. Let's bring me in. You can hear me, right? There we go. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me? Turn the... You have to turn on. You have control over your overall volume. Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. Then go up to the microphone and see how you sound.
Hello.
Get on it. You got to get on it like me.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, let me get your level up. Wait a second here. Okay, keep going.
Hi, how are you doing?
There we go.
There I am.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yes, it is. And we'll go ahead and we're technically broadcasting this out so everybody can hear how lovely we sound.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
I'm going to bring that down. There we go. So nice in the background for you. And yeah, you get an idea of how you sound, and that's what's going out to the old internets.
So we're live streaming right now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Hi, Internet.
Hi, internets. How are you doing? We're
How's you doing, Internet?
still here for Give to the Max, and
Give to the Max 2218. My name is Tad, and I am a drug addict.
hey, Tad, thank you for joining us, and much appreciated. Tad's going to read from some of the NA text. Tad is our squad council president. I am Eric M. I am the acting vice president, board of trustees for the Minneapolis Alano Society, and we've been here this afternoon bringing you a variety of readings and music performances for the Give to the Max Day. So I'm going to turn this over to Tad and let him read from the text, and then tonight around 8 o'clock we're going to be doing kind of a discussion forum with some other members of the club, and feel free to, if you want to get in on that, you are welcome to chime in, whether it be just responding on Facebook or YouTube, or if you'd like to join in the conversation itself, I can share with you the way to actually get in on the feed itself. So your choice how you would like to participate, but we're going to be here. So like I said, I'm going to turn this over to Tad. Thank you so much.
Isn't this cool, though, Eric? This is really cool that we get to do this.
Yeah.
We could do this even in the future, too.
Oh, yeah. This is just the start of it, you know?
So no matter what happens, we'll always be able to spread the message because
Right.
we have platforms like
Right.
this, and that's what 2218 is all about.
You got it. And it's, it's a growing process as far as how we utilize this technology to do the outreach. But what's great is that we have the tools, especially right now during these tough times of COVID, where so many people are concerned, with the health and safety, and how do we still be able to reach people. And fortunately with this, here we are in our crying room at the club, and we got plenty of space between us, and we're able to mask up, and we have sanitizer and all these different ways to clean things. So, doing what we need to stay protected. But
This right here makes me feel confident that no matter what happens, we'll be able to reach people and still help people and still do what we love to do as a club and as individuals.
Well, and I'm very much looking forward to how this is going to become a more regular thing, but also utilizing these platforms to be able to broadcast out the events that we do, so our activities, so that way people who can't make it to the club, or even if we're during pandemic times, we're still going to have that ability to be able to reach people.
Or like in the future, if we have like a rap battle or a dance-off, people could stream it and vote American Idol style.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to those, because that's going to be a huge change and step up from what has been done in the past. So very much looking forward to it. But again, I'm going to turn this over to you, and I will be back in a little bit. So thank you for doing this. And
Absolutely, my friend.
yeah,
Thank you for everything you do, Eric.
I'm very grateful to be able to serve. So on you, bud.
All right. Like I said, my name is Tad, and I am a drug addict, and I'm going to be reading out of the basic text of the Narcotics Anonymous book. I'm going to be reading chapter 10, More Will Be Revealed. And that can be found on page 97. Sorry, we're just adjusting my mic. So I'm going to get started. As our recovery progressed, we became increasingly aware of ourselves and the world around us. Our needs and wants, our assets and liabilities were revealed to us. We came to realize that we had no power to change the outside world. We could only change ourselves. The program of Narcotics Anonymous provides an opportunity for us to ease the pain of living through spiritual principles. We are very fortunate to have had this program. Before, very few people recognized that addiction was a disease. Recovery was only a dream. The responsible, productive, drug-free lives of thousands of members illustrate the effectiveness of our program. Recovery is a reality for us today. By working the steps, we are rebuilding our fractured personalities. Narcotics Anonymous is a healthy environment for growth. As a fellowship, we love and cherish one another, supporting our new way of life together. As we grow, we come to understand humility and acceptance in both our assets and our liabilities. What we want most is to feel good about ourselves. Today we have a real feeling of love, joy, hope, sadness, excitement. Our feelings are not our old drug-induced feelings. Sometimes we find ourselves caught up in our old ideals. Even with time in the program, the basics are always important to recovery. We need to avoid old thinking patterns. Both old ideas and the tendency towards complacency. We cannot afford to become complacent because our disease is with us 24 hours a day. If, while practicing these principles, we allow ourselves to feel superior or inferior, we isolate ourselves. We are headed for trouble if we feel apart from other addicts. Separation from the atmosphere of recovery and from the spirit of service to others slows down our spiritual growth. Complacency keeps us from goodwill, love, and compassion. If we are unwilling to listen to others, we will deny the need for improvement. We learn to become flexible and to admit when others were right and we were wrong. The new things are revealed. We feel renewed. We need to stay open-minded and willing to do that one extra thing, to go to an extra meeting, to stay on the phone one extra minute, to help a newcomer stay clean one extra day. The extra effort is vital to our recovery. We come to know ourselves for the first time. We experience new sensations, to love, to be loved, to know that people care about us, and to have concern and compassion for others. We find ourselves doing and enjoying things that we never thought we would be doing. We make mistakes, and we accept and learn from them. We experience failure. We learn how to succeed. Often we have to face some type of crisis during our recovery, such as the death of a loved one, financial difficulties, or divorce. These are the realities of life, and they don't go away just because we get clean. Some of us, even after years of recovery, found ourselves jobless, homeless, or penniless. We entertained the thought that staying clean was not paying off, that the old thinking stirred up self-pity, resentment, and anger. No matter how painful life's tragedy can be for us, one thing is clear: we must not use, no matter what. This is a program of total abstinence. There are times, however, such as in a case of health problems involving surgery and extreme physical injury, when medication may be valid. This does not constitute a license to use. There is no safe use of drugs for us. Our bodies don't know the difference between the drugs prescribed by a physician for pain and the drugs prescribed by ourselves to get high. As addicts, our skill at self-deception will be at its peak in such a situation. Often our minds will manufacture additional pain as an excuse to use. Turning it over to our higher power and getting the support of our sponsor and other members can prevent us from becoming our own worst enemies. Being alone during such times would give our disease an opportunity to take over. Honest sharing can dispel our fears of relapse. Serious illness or surgery can present a particular problem for us. Physicians should have specific knowledge of our addiction, remembering that not our doctors that we, not our doctors, are ultimately responsible for our recovery and our decisions to minimize the danger, there are a few specific options that we may consider. Using local anesthesia, avoiding our drug of choice, stopping drug use while we are still hurting, and spending extra days in the hospital in case withdrawal occurs are some of our options. Whatever pain we experience will pass. Through prayer, meditation, and sharing, we keep our minds off our discomfort, and we have the strength to keep our priorities in order. It is imperative to keep NA members close to us at all times, if possible. It is amazing how our minds will go back to our old ways and old thinking. You'd be surprised how much pain we can handle without medication. In this program of total abstinence, however, we need feel no guilt after having taken a minimum amount of medication prescribed by an informed professional for an extreme physical pain. We go through pain and recovery and often find that such a crisis is a gift, an opportunity to experience growth by living clean. Before recovery, we were unable to even conceive of the thought that problems brought gifts. The gift may be finding strength within ourselves or regaining the feeling of self-respect that we had lost. Spiritual growth, love, and compassion are ideal potentials until shared with a fellow addict. By giving unconditional love in the fellowship, we become more loving. By sharing spiritual growth, we become more spiritual. By carrying the message to another addict, we are reminded of our own beginnings. We have had an opportunity to remember old feelings and behavior. We were able to see our own personal and spiritual growth. In the process of answering the questions of another, our own thinking becomes clearer. New members are a constant source of hope, ever reminding us that the program works. We have the opportunity to live the knowledge acquired by staying clean when we work with newcomers. We have learned to value the respect of others. We are pleased when people depend on us. For the first time in our lives, we may be asked to serve in a position of responsibility in community organizations outside of NA. Our opinions are sought and valued by non-addicts in the areas of other than addiction and recovery. We can enjoy our families in a new way and become a credit to them instead of an embarrassment or a burden. They can be proud of us today. Our individual interests can be broadened to include social or even political issues. Hobbies and recreation give us new pleasure. It gives us a good feelings to know that aside from our values to others as recovering addicts, we are also of value as human beings. The reinforcement received by sponsorship is limitless. We spent years taking from others in every conceivable way. Words cannot describe the sense of a spiritual awareness that we will receive when we are having given something, no matter how small, to another person. We are each other's eyes and ears. When we do something wrong, our fellow addicts helps us by showing us what we cannot see. We sometimes find ourselves caught up in our old ideas. We need to constantly review our feelings and thoughts. If we are to stay enthusiastic and grow spiritually, the enthusiasm will aid our ongoing recovery. Today, we will have a freedom of choice. As we work the program to the best of our ability, the obsession with self is removed. Much of our loneliness and fear is replaced by the love and security of the fellowship. Helping a suffering addict is one of the greatest experiences that life has to offer. We are willing to help. We have had similar experiences and understand fellow addicts as no one else can. We offer hope, for we know that a better way of life is now real for us, and we give love because it was given so freely to us. New frontiers are open to us as we learn how to love. Love can be the flow of life energy from one person to another. By caring, sharing, and praying for others, we become a part of them. Through empathy, we allow addicts to become a part of us. As we do this, we undergo a vital spiritual experience and are changed. On a particular level, changes occur because What's appropriate to one phase of recovery may not be for another. We constantly let go of what has served its purpose and let God guide us through the current phase with what works here and now. As we become more and more God-reliant and gain more self-respect, we realize that we don't need to feel superior or inferior to anyone. Our real value is being ourselves. Our egos, once so large and dominant, now take a back seat because we are in harmony with a loving God. We find that we lead richer, happier, and much fuller lives when we lose self-will. We become able to make wise and loving decisions based on principles and ideals that have real values on our lives. By sharing our thoughts with spiritual ideals, we are freed to become who we want to be. What we had feared, we can now overcome through our dependency of a loving God. Faith has replaced our fear and given us freedom from ourselves. In recovery, we also strive for gratitude. We feel gratitude for ongoing God consciousness. Whenever we confront a difficult situation that we do not think we can handle, we ask God to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. A spiritual awakening is an ongoing process. We experience a wider view of reality as we grow spiritually. An opening of our minds to new spiritual and physical experience is a key to better awareness. As we grow spiritually, we become attuned to our feelings and our purpose in life. By loving ourselves, we become able to truly love others. This is a spiritual awakening that comes as a result of living the program. We find ourselves daring to care and love. Higher mental and emotional functions, such as conscience and the ability to love, were sharply affected by our drug use. Living skills were reduced to animal levels. Our spirit was broken. The capacity to feel human was lost. This seems extreme, but many of us have been in this state. In time, through recovery, our dreams come true. We don't mean that we necessarily become rich and famous. However, by realizing the will of our higher power, dreams do come true in recovery. One of the continuing miracles in recovery is becoming a productive, responsible member of society. We need to tread carefully into areas that expose us to ego-inflating experience, prestige, and manipulation that may be difficult for us. We have found that we have to remain productive, responsible member of society is to put our recovery first. NA can survive without us, but we cannot survive without NA. Narcotics Anonymous offers only one promise, and that is the freedom from active addiction, the solution that eluded us for so long. We will be freed from our self-made prisons. Living just for today, we have no way of knowing what will happen to us. We are often amazed at how things work out for us. We are recovering in here and now, and the future becomes an exciting journey. If we had written down our list of expectations when we came to the program, we would have been cheating ourselves. Hopeless living problems have become joyously changed. Our disease has become arrested, and now anything is possible. We become increasingly open-minded and open to new ideas in all areas of our lives. Through active listening, we hear things that work for us. The ability to listen is a gift and grows as we grow spiritually. Life takes on a new meaning when we open ourselves to this gift. In order to receive, we must be willing to give. In recovery, our ideas of fun change. We are now free to enjoy the simple things in life, like fellowship and living in harmony with nature. We have now become free to develop a new understanding of life. As we look back, we are grateful for our new life. It is so unlike the events that brought us here. While using, we thought that we had fun and that non-users were deprived of it. Spirituality enables us to live life to its fullest. Feeling grateful for who we are and for what we have done in life. Since the beginning of our recovery, we have found that joy doesn't come from material things, but from within ourselves. We find that when we lose self-obsession, we're able to understand that it means to be happy, joyous, and free. Indescribable joy comes from sharing from the heart. We no longer need to lie to gain acceptance. Narcotics Anonymous offers addicts a program of recovery that is more than just life without drugs. Not only is it the way of a better life than the hell that we have lived, it is better than any life that we have known. We have found a way out, and we will see it work for others. Each day, more will be revealed.
Ted got pulled away there for a moment. And yeah, that is what one of the things that does occur. Work in the Alano Club, making sure that everybody's being looked after and taken care of. And Tad does an outstanding job of that, looking out for people and resolving things. So very grateful and appreciative that he is able to do that for us. I am going to take a minute and start getting set up for our discussion later. So if you just give me a minute, let me do that stuff, and we'll keep this music just kind of going in the background for the moment. So again, we're going to have a discussion on gratitude and what 2218 has meant for people. If you'd like to become a part of the conversation, please feel free to write in the comments section. Or if you would like to, I can also send you a personal link so you can join in on the live feed. Similar to calling into a radio station. Only difference is that we would use your webcam. Faces are not required. Autonomy and anonymity is a foundation of our principles and our traditions. So, be with you in a little bit. Thank you for sticking with us. That was Ted, our squad council president, who had been give us a reading from the NA. Tim is also just sat down, going to continue reading from the NA text, and he's just getting set up. So if you all bear with us as we just get the mics checked a little bit, we'll get this process down so we'll be all pretty for it in the future. Can you hear me through the headphones or no? Turn that dial on and you'll be able to.
Loud and clear.
Oh yeah, they'll be crystal clear.
Oh, and it is.
Yeah,
Nice.
and then you can hear how you sound through it. So
Sound good. Test, test.
There you go.
Test. All right.
all right, so we're gonna just keep this rolling, and Tim is gonna share more from the NA text from you. Thank you, Tim.
Jerk.
Oh, that was me muting the wrong one. Oh, okay, now we're good. Thanks, Tim.
All right. Well, let me give you some gratitude and thank you again, Eric. Again, my name is Tim W. I am an addict. And I'm going to read a story out of the basic text with NA, and it is page 348. As a parent, sometimes recovery means accepting your child's disease as well. The woman helped her son find their way home. That's the topic to the story. The name of the story is Family Diseases and Family Recovery. And here we go. Thank you again, Eric, for setting everything up. With 10 years clean, I was facing a crisis in my family. Living the program of NA has given me the tool to create a good life for myself and my children. I wanted them to participate in their lives and thrive. But despite all my effort and attention, the counseling and consequences, my 2 teenage boys were out of control with their drug use. I was at a loss in how to help them. Raising 2 boys is challenging in any case, but when I had one son under 2 and was pregnant with another second, I came home one day to find my husband dead on the floor with an overdose. My life was painful and exhausting, but I put my head down, held my boys close, and pressed on. The effects of my husband's death can still sneak up on me in surprising ways. Grief washing over me. I get a scent of cologne while leafing through a magazine, or when I realize that only the memories I have left are through my boys' eyes, through their stories, through some pictures. A few years after his death, I could no longer hold down the grief on my own. My long history of casual using rose to a new unmanageable level. A year later, I gave up on my career and quickly deteriorated. My body, my mind, and spirit. I did not lose my home or my children, but I lost my enthusiasm, my compassion, and my energy. I was not able to emotionally connect with my boys, so I brought in a mentor and a caregiver to take care of their physical needs. He proved to be my family's angel. He fed and dressed my young boys when I was disabled and unable to. He combed their hair. He took them to daycare and school. He became the one person they could count on. Then he became part of the solution to my real problem. He was involved with my family, and he was my family. He held an intervention for me. I went to treatment, and while my family cared for my children out of the state, he wrote to the boys every day. He remained a part of our family, living in our home and mentoring the boys, a virtual part of our lives. I first heard of NA in treatment, and I doubted that it could be the answer for me. I became involved with the Narcotics Anonymous reluctantly. I did not join groups. I did not know how to ask for help. I did not have a higher power or want to find one. And I did not get along well with the other women in the program. Growing up in a home, Growing up in the home, taught me to be independent. It taught me to be independent and to hide my feelings. But I continued to go to meetings, and I was eventually able to hear the message. I finally got a sponsor, and she suggested that I get to know some women, get a service position, and start working steps. Then was the beginning of the real recovery for me. The women in the program have shown me how to love, be loved, and how to ask for help. How to be of service in all the areas of my life. How to find my higher power in everything, and how to experience joy in everyday life. I began living my life in recovery. Our home was filled with people from the fellowship. My friends in NA were in my life on a daily basis. My service commitments kept me involved, and I secured my place as a member in the NA community. I attended lots of meetings, and I felt like a good example of a person living the recovery life. Unfortunately, I was living with the mistaken belief that by being a good enough recovery addict, by being a good enough recovering addict, I could shield my children from every experience active addiction. Having lost my husband and both parents to the disease of addiction, I committed myself to ending the cycle of addiction with my recovery. I intended to protect my children from active addiction. This, however, was beyond my control. It seemed our lives were always in chaos. Whenever the phone rang, I cringed and wondered what crisis awaited. I spent my days trying to keep track of where they were and who they were with, hoping to ward off trouble. I spoke to teachers, counselors, ministers, mentors, parents, my sponsor, friends in recovery. Always wanted to paint a rosy picture. I acted like things were okay. I tried to minimize, justify, and deny that things were as bad as they really were. I practiced magical thinking, telling myself that everything would work out on itself. It would all just work out on its own. The reality was that my children were both sinking hard. It was in my power to be there to help them. It was in my power to be there and help them. They were ready to be helped. At 15, my youngest son made a resolution to quit using. I promised to help him with it. I promised to help him if he was unable to do it alone. When he couldn't stay clean by himself, we took him to an adolescence treatment center. I didn't know if there were any ways to help my 17-year-old, and in some ways, I'd given up on him. Family therapy was the one thing that treatment centers primary components, and we all attended the sessions together. I began to regain some hope. We continued the counseling, each of us individually and our families as a whole, and began to unravel the unhealthy behaviors that led us to this turmoil. All the while, I prayed and I worked steps. I went to meetings, tended to my service commitments. I stayed close to my community. I looked to people in the NA program who had been through similar experiences. I got the message again and again that my children have a higher power too, and that our lives are unfolding perfectly. It didn't feel like it as I watched my elder son struggle with his commitment to stay clean for the sake of his little brother. When my younger son completed this treatment program, we all went to pick him up. We left his older brother there in his place. We continued on the path we had begun with ongoing family therapy. We are among the many who have found that the ways of Narcotics Anonymous by various paths, and I'm present to the miracles that brought us. The important thing is that we are here and that we are all in recovery now. We have had to learn how to be supportive of each other. While maintaining separate programs, our family is on a different path, and we have new ways of relating to one another. It is not always easy, but it's always better than what we knew active addiction was and how our lives were in active addiction. For many years, I've been grateful to NA for what I've been grateful to Narcotics Anonymous for what it had done in my life. Now, as I see the love of my fellowship surrounding my son, I am grateful beyond measures. Again, the name of this story was Family Diseases, Family Recovery. The reason why I read this the best I was able to, and I apologize about some of the mispronunciations, but I chose to read this story because I can relate to it so well. I'm the little brother who has found the Narcotics Anonymous program, waiting for one of my siblings to take my place eventually. I hit my knees all the time praying for this to occur, just holding out hope and praying, trying not to let it take my sanity, because it's one of the things I pray the hardest for, is to hopefully have my sibling take my place in this program while I can be alongside him. Just knowing how happy this program has made me, how it's helped me grow spiritually, how it's helped me find a new freedom in life. The way this program has helped me is beyond measures. All I can do on a day-to-day basis is help the next suffering addict. That's what this program has taught me, is a way to give back and a way to get outside of self. There's really no measures that I can bring up on how well this program has done for me in that effect, but I can assure that where I'm at now for my family is miles from where I started. It's out of this world from where I started. This program's given me so many things, a new freedom. It's given me a new look on life. It's a turning point when I chose to take on this journey that basically it gave everyone around me, my parents, that freedom to not be held hostage to my addiction. In this recovery that I'm in now, it helps my mother and father sleep through the night without waiting for that next phone call, as this story talks about. I relate so many ways in this story, as it touches on it in the last paragraph of who I relate with, although I can relate throughout the whole story with this, on my mother dealing with children in active addiction, and until I was able to get clean, not realizing what effects this really had on my family and what it's done. The sleepless nights, the calls from jail, the treatment visits, the putting money on books, the whole issue of selfishness and self-centeredness and self-seeking. These were all things that I was able to get rid of through this program. This program has been a lifesaver for me. I can tell whomever is listening or ends up listening to this that I can truly tell you I'm here right now speaking and able to read to whomever is listening because of this program. I recommend anyone who may be struggling with it or have questions just to pick up the basic text. This has saved my life, and I know it's saved millions of lives before me, and it will moving forward. Again, my name is Tim W., and I'm an addict. Thank you. Well, you know what? Until someone comes in here, I'll just keep on reading from the regular basic text. And we'll go all the way back here. Let's see. I'm not sure where Tad started or left off, so I hope I'm not repeating anything. I'll just read the introduction. The introduction on page XXV. This book is the shared experience of the Fellowship of Narcotics Anonymous. We welcome you to read this text, hoping that you will choose to share with us the new life that we have found. We have by no means found a cure for addiction. We offer only a proven plan for daily recovery. In AA, we follow a program adapted from Alcoholics Anonymous. More than 1 million people have recovered in AA, most of them just as hopelessly addicted to the alcohol as we were to drugs. We are grateful to the AA Fellowship for showing us the way to a new life. The 12 steps of Narcotics Anonymous, as adapted from AA, are the basis of our recovery program. We have only broadened their perspective. We follow the same path with a single exception. Our identification as addicts is all-inclusive with respects to any mood-changing, mind-altering substances. Alcoholism is too limited a term for us. Our problem is not a specific substance. It is the disease called addiction. We believe that as a fellowship, we have been guided by a greater consciousness and are grateful for the direction that has enabled us to build upon a proven program of recovery. We come to Narcotics Anonymous by various means and believe that our common denominator is that we failed to come to the terms of our addiction. Because of the variety of addiction found within our fellowship, we approach the solution contained within this book in general terms. We pray that we have been searching and thorough, so that every addict who reads this volume will find the people that hope that have found. Based on our experience, we believe that every addict, including the potential addict, suffers from the about 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, suffers from the incurable disease of body, mind, and spirit. We were in the grinds of hopeless dilemma, the solution of which is spiritual in nature. Therefore, this book will deal with spiritual matters. We are not a religious organization. Our program is a set of spiritual principles through which we are recovering from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Throughout the completing of this work, we have prayed, God, grant us the knowledge that we may write according to your divine precepts. Let me restart that. God, grant us knowledge that we may write according to your divine precepts. Instill in us a sense of your purpose. Make us servants of your will and grant us a bond of selflessness that this may truly be your work, not ours. In order that no addict anywhere need die from the horrors of addiction. That's so powerful. That last little few words, that no addict need ever die from the horrors of addiction. It's a promise this book can give us. Everything that occurs in the course of the NA service must be motivated by the desire to more successfully carry on the message to the recovering addict who still suffers. It's a situation that you show up, this is given to you freely. And it keeps going on as long as you give it to the next person who walks in the room. If that wasn't there for me when I walked in, I wouldn't be spiritually fit today, nor would I be clean. It was for this reason that we began this work. We must always remember that an individual member, a group, and a service committee, we are not and should never be in competition with each other. We work separately and together to help the newcomer and for our common good. We have learned painfully that internal strife cripples our fellowship. It prevents us from providing the service necessary for growth. It is our hope that this book will help the suffering addict find the solution that we have found. Our purpose is to remain clean just for today and to carry the message of recovery. Our program, Narcotics Anonymous, many books have been written about the nature of addiction. This book primarily concerns itself with the nature of recovery. Gosh, that's powerful. If you are an addict and you have found this book, please give yourself a break and read it. It almost brings me to tears when I read that, to think that there's something that could be the answer to the problems that I've had for so long. Perfect timing. Eric came in, and that's a wrap for me. I appreciate all who listened. And
thanks so much, Tim, for contributing tonight. And it's been a good day. We're going to have a discussion going in a little bit here. I hope I turned off my mic. discussion on gratitude in 2218 and what it means to us. So stick around, keep it rolling. Otherwise, come back at 8 p.m. and we're going to get that next segment going for everybody. So thank you so much. Remember, this is Give to the Max Day. Every little bit helps to keep the place open, club running, and all the great stuff happening as we continue to help the addicts out there in their path of recovery. So again, thank you so much for being a part of this with us, and I will return shortly. Thank you. There we go. Now I'm bringing us in there. I'm bringing that down. All right. Let's see. I even made some intro music.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if this works. You know, trying to do something new, do something different. Give to the max.
So is this
max.
Give to the Max podcast? Or
Well,
do we have
you know,
a
it's
name,
for
or-
today. I mean,
Give
this
to
is
the Max Gratitude podcast, right?
well, it's yeah, sure. We'll go with all of that. I mean,
What's with all the labels?
I don't think I have that much. I don't know the right term to say to it. I just there's other things.
Gratitude begins soon. Okay, nice.
So let's see here. If I turn up this, right?
Word. Perfect. That's my problem. I hate hearing my breath. So,
So is that coming on? Oh,
hello.
so I got to bring this up.
Oh, hey.
There's our music.
Yeah, though I think for the future, I'd want to do more of a trap beat for these conversations.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and considering I threw this together in about 3 minutes, it's like
I think it's awesome.
I just needed
It sounds like
something.
Timmy
sounds like
Budge's theme song.
Oh, I can still get a good to this.
No. Oh my gosh, you are
Oh,
crazy.
doesn't it sound super loud?
Yeah. Do you have $1?
Absolutely
No.
not. No, I don't. Does that machine take dollar coins?
I don't know. Eric,
Which machine?
the vending machine.
I don't know.
1922 silver dollars.
Maybe you should
I
not
might-
be
I might-
giving that away.
I'm absolutely not.
Yeah, you should keep that forever.
Forever and ever.
Do you like coins?
Yeah. I'm a coin.
So I
guy.
got a penny book, right? And it has the 4 like unique pennies in there.
There's a 1984 penny that you gotta keep your eye out for because it has.
I got one made out of zinc.
Can I stretch this time now? That's what I want to know. Why is it only stretching that time? And oh, well, okay, I'm not going to keep fucking with that. I don't really know what I'm doing. Still learning how to use all this Ableton stuff, and
Fancy.
it's been super fun. And but yeah, all right.
So here's how we get real and talk.
Yeah, now we get real. So,
I designed this so that I didn't have to do that like when I was reading. Well, Eric designed
I was all like, I was on the way I said until the end. I was uncomfortable.
If there's a mic like that, I always like
One of these.
grind
ones?
my elbow. Yeah, I did it when I spoke too, and I grinded the corners of my elbows into the podium.
Grinding your gears with Tim and Ted. That really grinds my gears.
grinds my gears.
That grinds my gears.
All right. I gotta type up some things to see if anybody wants to join in. Probably not. I mean, they're probably, if anybody even listens to us, they're gonna be like, "Who are these people?" So,
Right.
Yeah, I shared to the clean, serious, and sober group. I'm gonna do it again, and then I also.
Did you share that it was me and you and Eric?
No, all I did is you just share. There wasn't a place to put a title,
Oh.
so I did that one, and I could share to the. I love Standard Poodles Rider Weekend. Oh, I'm gonna do the Rider Weekend group.
I would have shared it to everyone if I could have found it, but you know, it's all right. We'll figure it out. Did you share it to me?
I will do that right now. That's what I wasn't thinking. I
Share it on my page or something?
Add. Oh, because it's only 2 groups, so why I can't?
No, I got it now through you.
From what? Serious and sober?
Yeah, right here. Yeah, clean.
Yeah, clean, serious, and
It just told me that you shared it to a bunch of groups. So
good. So only way we're gonna get it out there. Well, that and other avenues. Monthly campfire meeting, share.
sober? Yeah, it's right here. That wasn't what I was trying. I was trying to figure out how I could share it. But
Well, here, where's your? I can.
I can't. I can save the video.
look at that. Now I've got a nice thing. It says "Open Discussion."
Oh yeah, nice.
Look at that banner.
That's beautiful.
So yeah, I'm gonna turn that music down because I'm like so distracted by it.
Right.
Like, okay, I hear it, but I kind of want to like now bust out at a rave. So here we go. So yeah, all right, everybody's staring at their phones. This is what you do.
Well, yeah, it's it's 20th century. It's what we do.
Yeah. You know, the microphone works better too when you talk into it. You
Right.
tip it up.
Tip it.
Yeah.
There we go. I hate hearing myself.
We're actually on now.
We're on. All of this nonsense is out there on the interwebs for people.
I just figured that.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, how you doing? This is Tad once again, live from 2218, and I'm here with one of my really good friends, Tim.
Hello, everyone. This is Tim, and I'm here with Tad, and we're going to get it done with some gratitude speak tonight.
Yeah.
And our faithful...
And host of the day, Eric. We're going to discuss different things about gratitude, what gratitude means to us, and I'm going to pass it over to you guys to kick it off. And Tad, how about you? What does gratitude mean to you?
Gratitude for me, and this is going to sound cliche, because I used to be able to just speak about it, and I wasn't grateful. I was a very ungrateful, spoiled person, and that's how I lived my life until I came into recovery and really found a home. And it was through growing pains in recovery that I was really able to identify what gratitude is. And it's for me, gratitude is 100% me just not wanting my life any other way and being amazed and blessed even on my bad days. Like if I have a bad day, you know what I get to do? I get to help other people out, and that's a lot better than what I used to do. I get to help people live in recovery, and sometimes that's just as simple as picking up the phone, answering the phone, going through a van ride with Timmy, talking about music and Star Wars with you, all of that stuff. And because that was stuff I wasn't capable of doing before recovery. I wasn't capable of doing that. I could have fed you a line if you were going to get me something. Or, it was superficial. We'd flake out and eventually have to talk about other stuff. But I get to live it now.
Yeah.
And I try and remember that on my bad days, because I do have bad days, and I'm not perfect at all. My good friends will let you know that. But, and...
I agree.
Right. These are the two guys I call when I'm having a bad time. So, but I just tell myself, I get to live this life, and I'm extremely grateful. And one of the things I want to talk about, that I'm just going to segue into it because it is Give to the Max Day. I'm grateful that I got to live this life because I showed up on the doorsteps of 2218, and the members and the people that took me under their wing. And I showed up here and I didn't have a home. I didn't belong anywhere, and the places that I did call my home and belong were no longer going to work for me. They were going to get me killed. And so I showed up here, and I cleaned toilets, I mowed lawns. I wasn't comfortable sharing in meetings and having conversations with people, so I found things to do. And the people that were here were like, keep doing that. People took me under their wings, said, welcome home. You have a family now. You're hungry here. You don't know how to work? Come, I'm going to show you. They showed me how to live here, the members of this society, and that's why I live. Gratitude's an action. You'll hear that from a lot of people, but I try to make it a lifestyle. I try and make it my lifestyle is gratitude, and sometimes it's hard. We get complacent. I go through phases myself where I drink my own Kool-Aid, and I let the compliments of people, I let titles, I let things I do, and I can come in, walking in like a professional wrestler, and it gets me nowhere.
You start co-signing your own BS sometimes.
Yeah, and then I have friends that do sometimes too, and they don't mean to. They're being nice to me because clearly I'm out of balance, and what I got to do is keep in touch with my higher power, get to my people, whether that's at meetings or going bowling with them, or just, the other day I just came and volunteered because I hadn't volunteered, and I've gotten back in the front desk role, and I just came and seen what was going on here. Like, really, I'm helping orchestrate this stuff, but I'm not seeing what's going on. And I was grateful for that because I was one of the guys again.
Right.
And we hung out, we got to do our job, make sure everyone was greeted. And like, these are the things that gratitude is for me. It's getting how cool is this life that I get to live?
Right. It's beautiful.
I get to come up and hang out at the oldest Alamo club in the world, and they allow me to do this here because I'm grateful, and that's why. It's and when I wasn't grateful and I acted like a spoiled child, some people took me under their wings and taught me about gratitude. They helped walk me through, the steps. They helped walk me through life because I didn't know how to live.
Yeah.
I was really a little badass kid when I came here.
I think everybody thinks they're a badass when they come here.
No, a badass little kid that didn't know how to act right. And 2218 taught me how to live. The people here taught me how to be a man. And I'm still learning. I'm still going through growing pains. But, like the transformation that I've gone through to me is gratitude incarnate, because I went from being cocky, arrogant, and I can still be all these things on any given day.
That. Yes, you can sometimes.
But I try and be humble, and I try and do gratitude, and like just talking about it, I got a glow about me, and it's this place, the nostalgia. My original sponsor, he used to talk about this place like the Mecca. He used to call 2218 the Mecca, and like there's a nostalgia about it, and I get a glow when I come here. And I just got to think about that and be grateful that this is my home. This is my Alamo Club, and
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, that's well put. You know what? I'm going to bump into on a lot of the topics you shared with us.
Yeah.
I can't disagree with anything Ted's just said. I'm right alongside him. I've been coming around here for about 3 years now. The COVID put a kibosh to a few months there. At that time, they kept their doors open. And that's kind of where I want to start talking about my gratitude. I will forever have not a debt. I will forever be grateful to this place. They made sure these doors were open for me when my home club at that time, they were being cautious. I don't fault them for it. But this club had their doors open for me when no one else did. And that saves lives. The nostalgia, as he says. I've always heard of 2218. I've been on the motorcycle runs here, and they have them every year, and it's a beautiful thing. That keeps me outside of my head a lot of the times, which I need. You'll hear me busting chops left and right when it comes to Tad. Like I said, we're good friends here. And you know what? We've got to know each other in a short time. And in a short time, you get to know who your people are. You get that a lot when you're in these rooms. I'm no different than him when it comes to talking about coming into yourself, learning how to be a productive member of society. While we're figuring out volumes left and right a little bit, huh?
Yeah. Well,
I'm hearing myself breathe, and I'm trying not to breathe too hard. So anyone listening, bear with my heavy breath.
Just roll with it. Then.
Yes. So with that though, I do want to shed a light on the club itself.
Please do. Yeah.
Without having this here for me personally, not a clue where I would be at. I can truly say that. Right now in the recovery community, it's tough to find a place to go meet. There's a fellowship that's been formed out of this club from the meetings we're going to now that keeps me on a day-to-day where I'm in it's a whole different grown-up adult lifestyle that I have now where I'm responsible, I'm accountable. People come to me now for issues that I would have never been thought of before, and I get to accredit that to this club. This was the second meeting I ever been to in my life was at 2218. When I was in a treatment facility, they brought us here, and I got to meet some of the members here, and I figured out what a meeting really was. This club gave me back so many things when it comes to a lifestyle of being there for someone else, learning, they talk about gratitude, and for me, it's not material. I've been able to get how do I even word it? I'm accountable to my actions, and what that means to me basically is because coming to these meetings, it's going to circle back around. I know I'm jumping around, but it will circle back around to what I'm getting at for being grateful to this club.
He always does.
It will come full circle. So I get to be there for my family. They can count on me now. Before, that was not even an option. My friends, they can pick the phone up. They know I'm going to answer if they call. If someone's stranded, I will be there if I'm able to. If someone's down on their luck or struggling, I get to be there for them. And that's an action I didn't have in my toolbox prior to my recovery. These are things that were given to me when I would come to these meetings here at 2218. Tad talks about a glow. You'll hear me talk about tears. I get really emotional about these subjects because it is what saved my life. It molded me into a productive member of society is kind of a generic way of me saying I grew up. I finally grew up. I was raised right. Let's not get this wrong. I had two great parents, and I have two great parents that raised me properly. I chose a different path. Mm-hmm. And through the bottoms I've found, I ended up in recovery. And like I said, I came here on a second meeting, and I've been coming ever since. The things these guys and gals have taught me in these rooms, it's something that all I can do to give that back is give it to the next guy who walks in here. And without these doors being open here, that wouldn't be possible. So like I say, when I say I'm forever grateful to this club, that's so much heavier of a statement now since the times we're in. They're keeping these doors open and miraculously doing so with guys like Tad and Eric and Bobby's and Dylan's and the volunteers. That's what brings tears to my eyes. Like to think what people are doing for my recovery, for the recovered, the person out in the road who has nowhere to go but just wants a better way to live and have an option for a new life. That's what you get here at 2218. That's what I got here at 2218. Enough of the tear jerky talk. So, Tad.
I like what Tim said. Like, it's absolutely true. And I'm going to just real quick, just like I said, it's a lifestyle, gratitude is. So what's the deal with lifestyles? All lifestyles are choices. So gratitude is a choice. So when I choose not to be grateful, I can be miserable. I can be super miserable. And, so I have to continue to choose to live in a life of gratitude. And, to speak on the club, the gratitude I have for this place, and I'll say it again, this place has let me live out some of my dreams. Mm-hmm. And you might think that I'm kidding or that's a bit much. You know what? I got to DJ. That was a dream of mine. Just for a dance, but I got to DJ. That was a dream. Thanks to Eric and this club.
Yeah,
another
awesome.
dream of mine was to podcast. And, we're kind of doing that right now. And there's more to come.
Oh, yes.
More great stuff to come. I wanted to do a lot of stuff. And 2218 has been good to me. And this place, that's why I'm here, and that's why I care, and that's why I volunteer. And that's why I give my time. That's why I give my heart and soul to this place, because it gave me a life. It gave me a life to have these things that I'm talking about. And I want this place to be here forever, to give that opportunity to the next person. You talk about crazy things that I'm grateful for in 2218. Tim was talking about a new meeting that came up, birthed out of COVID. And, that I was estranged from that fellowship due to my own ego and other things, and from a family member of mine, and due to us starting that meeting here out of necessity. And it's blossomed into something wonderful and great. I'm back in that fellowship that I was estranged from, and I love it. Those are my people. I've met my best friend. And me and my family member that I was estranged with, it's my sister, we're good again. We're best friends again. I have a sister again, and I'm able to actually be a brother to her, and that's all responsible to this club.
Be able to be present.
Yeah,
right.
I'm here. I'm able to teach her things I never would have thought, and she's able to, wow, that's actually a really good point. Like, and the thing she said to me, is that after she started coming here and started getting involved in the meeting, is that, wow, I didn't know that this area, I didn't realize that it was this bad out there, especially because of COVID, that, so many addicts and alcoholics were dying, and that it's this bad, because it is. And she said, this place is necessary. This meeting is necessary. We need to keep this going. This has to happen. And I said, I absolutely agree.
Little side note, not to pump up Tad's ego, but credit needs to be given where credit is due. And between him and Matt K, they're the reason, the majority of the reason why this gathering, this meeting he's talking about is even here now. He fought tooth and nail to get it here. And that's where I am a big part of that meeting as well. But Tad, don't cut your credit is where it belongs, and he's a big part in that. And it is much bigger than just that. He's a lot more involved than just that. But that meeting is here because of what he fought for, and he saw what was needed, and he took the bull by the horns on this one. Sorry for cutting you off, but that had to be put out there.
Thank you. And that being said, though, we reached out, and the support was tremendous. The people that came. Like my sponsor came. He hadn't been coming here for months, and he came, and he's now a part. And we brought you in. My sponsor brought you in. This is my sponsee brother, by the way. And
which means we both had the same sponsor.
And so that. I don't know. It's just crazy. We go on little trips as a sponsee family up to NA conventions. No big whoop.
It was a life changer. You know what? I was going down a side note on that topic. Our sponsor, he puts these little tests out there, and it's something. And the topic is gratitude, and this is something that again we'll circle back around to my gratitude. So. I got a phone call, and he says, Tim, could you fill in? We need you to give someone a ride. And the way this whole thing works, and I was taught, was if you can't physically say, if you don't have a proper reason for saying no while in this, living this new lifestyle, you say yes. It's something we are very unfamiliar with prior to this lifestyle. You say yes if you're able to. Basically, unless your car's on fire and it doesn't drive, you're picking someone up to bring them to where they need to go. What occurred out of that was I was asked to give someone a ride, and I gave them a ride, a 3.5-hour ride, and it was someone I've never met. And the best way to tell this story was someone ended up getting to go to a convention that, I'm going to say myself, I needed that convention.
Yeah, me too.
So when he said no big whoop, he was being facetious. It was a big whoop. But this person who got to come was someone who needed to see what this community is about. And I don't believe this person has missed a meeting since they've been home. And prior to that, they had been to maybe 2 meetings in the last 8 months. And due to these conventions or these gatherings, this friendship that has been formed through these meetings at 2218, we all went out to Fargo. We all went to this convention. Some newcomers got to come, including someone that drove up with our sponsor, someone who's never been to a convention. Their lives have been changed because of it. And you know what? The root of that was us getting together here at this club, because during these times, it's really slim out there right now. It's real slim out there. And
absolutely,
2218 did what it took to keep their doors open for us to stay alive. And that's how I look at this. This journey we're on right now, I don't want to be morbid, but it is a life or death thing, and I've experienced the latter, and it's not a good experience. But because of what has been gained out of these rooms, I can deal with it and be present for my family when there's death and when there's misery and when life shows up, because it's going to show up. And then we deal with it in a healthy way. You lean on your friends. You pick, like he said, you pick the phone up. It's as easy as just being there for an ear for someone else to listen.
I know that because of this club and my fellowship and friendships and brothers and sisters, that if I can't make it to the finish line, my people are going to carry me there, and that wasn't always the case. They're gonna hold me up till I can hold myself up, because I've seen it
100%.
And sometimes that looks like 2 people reaching out to you when your brother dies. Sometimes that looks like 100 people showing up. We never know how it looks, and we can't judge it by how many, but there's always going to be someone showing up. Mm-hmm. There's always going to be someone in your corner because of the bond we have. And this place, and this place, the growth of this place, the way it's changing. And I'm grateful for that I get to be a part of that. We're working on being on the cutting edge of recovery. We're trying to do new things. Who would have thought the oldest Alamo club in the world would be having a podcast, doing virtual events,
right?
Having a rap battle.
Yeah, we're gonna have our first rap battle coming up. That's gonna be our holiday, our Valentine's celebration, I suppose, for this year. Normally it's been a dance in the past, and we're gonna do a rap battle and dance off. And normally we would want to have as many people show up as possible, but we are planning for pandemic style, and that is going to include us live streaming the event opposed to actually having people come. So keep posted with the FB page, or come down to the club for the flyers and stuff. And if you are a hip hop artist or a dancer and want to get involved with this, please find a way to contact Tad or I. If you're part of the recovery community here, you will definitely be able to find us very quickly. And if you are not a part of the recovery community but just want to know more about what we have going on, Tad or I would be happy to answer any questions for you. But we're trying to find the right ways to reach out to people. I think that's
it's so tricky at times.
Just, if you have a hard time finding either of us, you can get a hold of me, Tad Ackerman, on Facebook. I'm just putting that out there. If you're interested, there's going to be a dance off and a rap battle. So otherwise, if you know Eric, you can reach out to him too.
Talking about Thanksgiving at all?
Well, we can. I mean, it's about gratitude, and we're going to have gratitude happening on that day. We've got speakers. So,
okay. What are they sharing on again?
So this Thanksgiving, so in a week from now, with everything going on, we are having a couple of dinners at 1:30 and 3:30. That is going to have a gratitude speaker, also talking about things in their life they've been grateful for, and what recovery has meant to them. And we do have a sign up for that. The dinner is going to be provided for free on behalf of members from our club. And you do need to sign up. Spots are going to be limited. We are going to be having very, very strict and secure COVID policy. So it's you're going to pick up a plate and you're going to go to a spaced out designated seating and be a part of the recovery gratitude conversation, or at least be a listener in that regard. So, but we just want to make sure people have a place to go. Holiday is really tough for people out there, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that people stay safe, but also still have some place to be with people who care about them. I know last year was my first year coming and doing the Thanksgiving here at the club, and that was a huge thing for me. The first time I ever truly enjoyed a holiday, and not to just go knock on my family, but I always felt so uncomfortable at holiday gatherings, mine or girlfriends, and being here around people that I've shared very deeply with, and I call real friends, to share that holiday with them. I was like, holy crap, it wasn't just me disliking holidays. It was actually the fact I felt so uncomfortable getting around everybody. And I think a big part of that too is it was just another reason to get really, really wrecked. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to get this tore up at a holiday, and then turn around and everybody's then talking about, oh man, maybe Eric's got a little problem there.
On that too, I do want to make sure it's also known, and I believe we still are accepting them. For someone in my situation, to be overly cautious, I do stay with some elderly people that may have underlying conditions. So the way I was able to be a part of that is I made a donation. Personally, I just made a donation because I would love for anything to be here for Thanksgiving. But unfortunately, because of the few elderly family members that will be at my home, but I'm also right along with Eric on the whole being around family on Thanksgiving sometimes. That my first thought when I'm around those situations, and my go-to in the past was to pick up. Fortunately, I've learned a new way here at 2218, but I was able to still be a part of this Thanksgiving with a donation, and that's what I did personally. So I believe we are still taking donations, Eric? Or?
We are taking donations, though today we are absolutely encouraging donations to go through our Give to the Max website. There are opportunities for us to win some large prizes for the donations that you make, which include additional grant money. Grant money has gone to helping us get our building painted, get a new floor on the kitchen. You were previously about to fall through it. Now now it is safe to be in our kitchen. And we have recently got a grant from the Walker Foundation, and that is going to be going to remodeling our women's bathroom. So, and right now we are, I believe, on the verge of getting our 4th women's meeting rolling here. So we're very excited and very happy about that, right? The direction that the club has continued to make and the strides we make in safety, security, making all feel welcome here, and the inclusivity has been a huge benefit to the community that we're in, but also, to myself, I like going to a place where everybody's so different. I feel normal.
Right.
Since you touched on safety and security and inclusivity, I'm just going to speak about that because I'm grateful. I'm Tad, and I deal with some of the safety and security at the club. And that probably wouldn't have been a good role for me a couple of years ago. I mean, it took some time, but so people have come to me and told me, Dad, we feel that you're safe, and we feel that you're the right fit for that, and we feel that you do that. And that's crazy. That's like a complete 180. 180. Like when I told when my sister found out the stuff I did up here, she laughed. Friends that I have friends, that are in recovery that have known me since I was 10, and they laughed too. And then when they seen me, they were like, yeah, I can see it because I'm seeing it. And including everyone in the club, I always stumble on that word, that Eric was talking about.
Inclusivity.
Yeah.
It's like anonymity.
Yeah.
I can say anonymity.
Inclusivity,
I might stutter. But so my friend Beth, and she's a friend of the board, and she's the vice president of Squad Council. She's a really good friend of mine, and she gave me my 18 months last month at the medallion meeting.
Congratulations on that 18 months, Ted.
Thank you.
And earned it.
She told a really corny joke and threw toilet paper out, but then she actually brought a list. I wasn't prepared for that. And one of the things she said that she loved about me is that I include everyone. I include her, a 50-year-old woman, in her circle, because my circle now doesn't have an age limit, a creed.
Right.
My circle doesn't have any barriers.
Yeah.
And, I have bumped heads with people. I have had issues with people in recovery. And some of those people are my friends, and I can get along and work with them because 2218 has taught me to get over myself.
And Eric said that too about the diversity of so many people. You come here and you feel a part of. It's kind of crazy because
right.
I would credit Tad to exactly what he just said. I came here, never met him. Within 2 hours, we're pals. I see a great future friendship here. Someone, we're doing the thing. You hear it a lot in these rooms. He's doing the deal. You hear it, but then you see it. And I see him, he's not a chicken with his head cut off, but he's all over this place like you wouldn't believe. So he's not a president of anything here, okay? But I'm just going to kind of pick him apart a little bit because I'm grateful for Ted. So I get to talk about this because I'm grateful for him. The guy is all over this place. The guy, I see him make sure anyone walking through these doors, you're going to get a warm welcome. And they're really implementing, I can't speak on how it was 20 years ago, but I know the changes that are being implemented and made of something just as easy as a warm welcome. When you come to these doors, you're seeing a smile, you're seeing a welcoming face, and just some of the backstories on my partner here, maybe that wasn't the way it may have been at one point, but this club's given them something different. These meetings have, where I see it wholeheartedly on a daily. When we talk, it almost feels like I've known the guy for 20 plus years. The guy he is, any questions I've ever had about anything here, he's able to answer it or get the answer. It's never, I don't know. It's either here's the answer or I will get you the answer. And it's comforting when there's so much chaos. There's so many things going on, and there's someone to go to for an answer. A lot of times it's tricky to get that. When it comes to Tad, is this a Grateful for Tad meeting we're having? Wow. I'm the one pumping you up. But you know what, though? It is. I just want it to be known. It's just, there's so many things that are, like, monumental is a good word to use here. With what I've just heard in the past week alone of what the ideals are that we want to make going forward. I've been to a safety meeting. You know what? Now I'm a food handling certified fellow because of this place. I've gotten a lot more than just recovery from here, and it's enormous. I mean, the gratitude. This is a great topic.
Experiences here.
Yes, it's a great topic to have a gratitude podcast tonight because. Right. Just the simple fact we are in here and able to. We're both coming from a meeting. I mean, I was here at a meeting, gave someone a ride home, came back. I did read somewhere in between there on the microphone as well as Tad too. But these are things this club gets to do for me personally, and monumental. That's a great word I get to use when I talk about it.
Talk about like the things you said. Thank you. Very much. But all that is because I have a great supporting cast and we have a great team and we work together. I wouldn't be able to do a lot of this stuff without Eric right there. Eric has helped me. He's a brother, a friend, mentor. Eric does a lot for this place, and we're kindred spirits. And I've really... Eric has a vision, and I believe in his vision. And, everyone sitting in this room right now and many more volunteers that are out there at the desk right now, we want to see this place succeed, and we want to see this place be around for our kids as kids so that it can do what it did for us. And Eric has a goal in that, and that's...
Well, yeah, we got some plans in place, but what I want to see this place, as you say, and be here for another 50 or 100 years. I mean, I'm not going to be naive and think that, none that my child or members of my family won't ever struggle from addiction. Right. Again, that we're going to, come up with the magic ingredient tomorrow that's going to solve everybody's addiction issues.
Right.
And until we. Until something like that exists, places like this club are a necessity to keep people alive. I mean, it is a life and death, matter
every
that
day.
we deal with. And all I want to see is just, how we find the right ways to turn this place into where not just people feel safe, but want to feel open. It's a safe space for them. But also where people understand that, recovery is going to be more than just going to meetings, but having, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
And
fellowship, everything.
Right. And,
it can be fun.
It is fun.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And showing that to people, anything, I've always thought anything you did when you were using, you can absolutely do when you're sober.
Yeah.
Remember it and have fun.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Everything was a chore when I was using.
Well, it was, when you're using, you get really good at getting in the way of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So,
yeah, selfishness.
And once you stop getting in the way of yourself, then things start to get easier. I was just talking to a friend last night about this and how it feels. I can't tell if life has actually gotten better,
right?
Okay? But I can tell you this: that I'm not doing things to make it worse,
Right. Yeah.
And
yes,
that in itself is so huge in making it so tomorrow is not going to be as unbearable, right? Like, I'm not going to wake up tomorrow with a hangover.
That's a miracle.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not going to have to then go drink some, you know, a little hair of the dog in the morning just to be able to get through the next, you know, couple of hours.
Yeah.
And every little thing that just keeps cascading and rolling and rolling and rolling.
Absolutely.
And, you know, just having that edge, you know, no matter what it is, I got the headache, you know, or I'm a little bit sauced up, whatever it might be. And now my interactions aren't going to be genuine. They're not going to be for myself because, you know, that giant hole that we talk about that we have, you know, that God-filled hole, you know, higher powered hole, you fill that up with the booze and it's not doing anything. It just pours right through it, you know, so you're still you're still empty inside. And so you really don't have anything to give back. You don't have anything that you're able to truly interact, and people know that it's a hollow existence. But then
the
as
bondage of self, it's just once you get out of the way of self, it's almost endless. What's out there for you?
Yeah,
right. It's pretty cool,
and it just takes time to you know, figure out. Here, it's taking time to figure out what is it we can do to reach out to people and make sure that they know that, hey, we're here. And also, you know, finding out what do people want to do. Like this is a growing club. This is a changing club. It started in 42, and you know, times have changed a little bit, right? Like the type of activities people want to do. Like there was no podcasting 80 years ago.
On a side note, if you guys could see, I mean, I haven't been to a professional engineer's booth, but I mean, Eric, this goes to what Tad was talking about with Eric too. I mean, we're sitting in the crying room, I believe it's called.
Yeah, it's called the crying room.
We've got microphones, we've got cameras, we got lights. It's like, I'm feeling like we're pretty I got to see guitars, and we got nice headphones, crystal clear. I mean, this is, you're right. You know, back in 45, do you think that would have ever been a thought? Like, wow, we're doing a live broadcast from the crying room. It's something else. And this is the monumental type things they're implementing. I'm seeing them firsthand from just a measly 3 years ago when I came here first. It's out of this world.
It is crazy. So I had ran into Eric a couple times when he was, you know, fixing the sound and stuff, and I used to call him the sound guy. You remember that, Eric? Yeah. That was his name. I didn't call him Eric for a long time, but as he started growing, I started seeing, before the vice presidency, before all of that stuff, I started seeing him stepping up and helping, and that, like, he was the first person I met that when they talked about all the cool stuff he wanted to do with this place, he had the same fire in his eyes that I do. And I felt it. We talked about it. We probably talked that one day in the auditorium for like 3 hours, and it was crazy. And I think we both probably had stuff we had to do, but it was cool. And look, I'd get fake connections when I was using, but I don't.
Oh yeah.
I get these real connections, and you know, and then I got a sponsee brother right here that has the same exact fire. And you're talking about 3 guys that have the same passion for recovery and are just like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's be grateful. Let's do a podcast. Okay, let's do it. Let's
the second I heard the word podcast, Tad, we're on. Let's do this. I mean, I was jumping. He's like, well, you know, we're going to do a gratitude speak tonight. And I was like, all right, my ideas are going. I called my mom. Hey, check it out. We're doing a podcast and this and that. Like, yeah, the fire is there. And you know what? Prior to this thing we call recovery, there's absolutely no way there could have been anything close to what I'm talking about right now. We would have, you know, it would have been not like a foxhole dreams, kind of like, yeah, blah, blah. But you know what? We're seeing it happen right now. We talked podcasts, we talked getting on air, getting live, getting online. Boom, we're on air, we're online. There are things when you're but when you're a part of an Alano society like this, there are board members, there are proper channels we do have to go through to make permanent changes. But with that said,
there's a process.
Yes, but these guys have got it down. And as Tad was saying, when you get guys with, you know, the fire in their eyes and the gung ho, let's get it done, and it's all for the greater good. I mean, there's no
personal agenda here. We want the newcomer, the guy who's walking through the door. We have these doors open for that guy walking through the door, so they have this experience that I so greatly was given for free. I mean, this is all free. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's, there's for a meeting, there's no dues or fees. I mean, and if you want to and have the ability to give a little bit more, then we do have membership opportunities for people, and you get a little more involved and you get some perks with that. And as we continue to move forward with what we're doing, we're also going to have some additional member benefits. So say hi to everybody. I did broadcast through our faces out there for a second. So
hi, everybody.
Corny Tim and Tad.
Mask up, everybody. Mask up, Minnesota. It's a mandate. It's not.
Be healthy, my friends.
We're not here for the politics of it. We're just, we're here to keep this place open and going and making sure that everybody feels comfortable here. So
absolutely.
To touch on the safety too, we might as well run it down. So if anyone watching or listening, they do understand when you come into the doors, there are there's 4 or 5 questions. We just want to keep everyone safe. So we ask the questions. Everyone sanitizes when they come in. After every meeting and before every meeting, tables are getting wiped down with the bleach and the Lysol spray. We've got bottles of spray around here. Eric can hold one up for you if you want to see. We've got, I feel safer, well, not safer, but I know coming in here, every precaution that could be taken is being taken. We're social distancing in our meetings, cleaning up before and after, sanitizing. When you come in, you're being screened. I'm not sure of what I don't believe we're doing temperature. We can't really even do that, but whatever measures we're allowed to take, we've been taking, and we're doing it just for the safety to keep these doors open. We keep touching on it because the meeting is about, this talk is about gratitude. We need these meetings to be open, and without 2218, that's not possible for me personally. And just the connection. I mean, I'm circling back around to a lot of the things we've already talked about. You okay, bud?
Yeah, I got to take this phone call.
Oh, see?
Right back.
Working some more, that's part of the program. Someone reaching out, you got to answer the phone sometimes. But, no, all right, now he's gone. Now we can really get down to business.
Right?
No, I'm joking. Dad's a great guy. He's part of the reason I'm so involved here. So while he's gone, I can pump him up a little bit without his head blowing up too big. But he's basically, he asked me if I wanted to be a part of this, start with volunteering and getting certified with the food. And he's just very gung-ho about this, and he's only for the greater good of the club, which I was drawn to him instantly. And same with Eric. With the other night, he was talking about some of the things that we were just kind of bringing up, some of the things they want to implement, and some of the things that we just want to grow. So we want to move forward and grow, and it's all in the greater good to, I don't want to say just a newcomer, but even our current members. We just want everyone to feel as comfortable as possible. I mean,
absolutely.
We're trying to change with the times. It's inevitable, and
let's use the word grow with the times.
Yeah, not change. You're right. Grow. That is absolutely correct. And I see it firsthand. Like I said, in 3 years, more so just coming back with the COVID break. I think March and April and May, I don't think I was even able to go to a meeting. And then I found out 2218 managed to keep their doors open for me. And I say for me, but it is for the recovery community. Sometimes I get stuck in that whole bondage of self, but I don't want to get too passionate about it, because you'll see a guy with tears on camera, and I don't want that to occur, because
you're not on camera at the moment.
Oh, well, let me know when we are. But basically what I'm getting at is this place, it circles back around to it saved my life. Without being able to come here, without the doors being open for me, I would be probably back out where I came from 3 years ago. There's 2 parts to this. In my mind, there's 2 parts. There's the meeting and the book work and the sponsorship. Then there's the fellowship. The fellowship is what I get when I come to these meetings. We call it the meeting after the meeting sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But that's where I make these connections that are just, they're lifelong connections. You know, I'm basing that off of what I've seen in the last 3 years. And for the first time in 20 years, I get to remember, you know, I recall these things. They're, like Chad said, they're not just superficial fly-by relationships. You know that they're going to be solid, and we're both striving for the same thing, a new free life. Joyous, happy, free. You hear that a lot in these rooms, and that's what it's given me. I mean, like I said, I've said it a few times. I can be counted on, and the feeling of being able to do something for someone, it's almost greater than when someone does something for you. It's hard to explain until you're in that position of helping just to help. That's what this club has taught me. Going to the meetings here inside 2218. I've grown it's so much growth. When I have my folks, my mother, she will ask me things that she wouldn't have wasted her breath asking me before. I give her some feedback from what I've gotten, or, you know, we're dealing with some struggles here and there, and the things I get to tell her are things that I've learned here in these meetings, and it helps my family. It's crazy the type of things I get from these coming to 2218. And I get to give it back, and it's magical. Is the best thing I can say. It's magical. So I railroaded the conversation when we were talking about Thanksgiving, but I want to make that clear though. Is this Thanksgiving? You're not going to hear about many going on, and yes, there will be once we reach the limit, then that's all that can really come.
Yep.
And you said we're signing up on. How are we getting involved on that again?
Well, there's a sign up at our front desk for it. We got a 1:30 and a 3:30 dinner that we'll be serving. Seats are going to be limited. That doesn't mean that we are going to not give anybody food. It just means that seats are going to be limited. So, okay. And the process for that is you'll come in with our normal policy where you wear your mask and you sanitize your hands. You'll get in your line, keep your distance. You'll receive your plate from the kitchen window. It's going to be a one serving, one size kind of fits all deal. So
maybe there could even be to-go plates if there's overflow. So
and then go to the auditorium where we're going to have the table set out and nice and space for everybody. So when you do remove your mask to eat, that you'll still have plenty of room to be able to,
and you know what? Nobody's on a pay. No one's receiving a weekly check here. Everything that's involved here, it's all volunteer work.
Yeah.
Everything is donations and grants. It's so huge to just think this building. When you show up, you'll see the building and you'll see what I'm talking about when you get here. It's a mansion. Basically, there's, I don't know, I should know these numbers, the number of bathrooms, the number of rooms, the number of lounge rooms, the fireplaces, the old antique nostalgic rooms. It's wild what's here. And when you come and see it firsthand, you'll understand what I'm talking about. And it's opened because of a 7 church, or you know what? It's donations. Across the board, it's basically all donations and grants, correct?
Yeah, it's rents from the squads, it's membership. That's the primary sources of income, and then we've been doing fundraisers. So now, like today, the Give to the Max, big opportunity for us to be able to keep the doors open, lights on, and it's it's not just the money though. Like the money is that critical piece in the part of the artery that keeps the blood flowing where. It just feeds that beast. But right. The reality of it is without the volunteers, it's also, we wouldn't have been able to stay open. I mean, it's the volunteers who step up and there aren't, the board members don't take pay for the work they do. The people who work our desk, the people on our squad council, it's part of the service work from, what we're taught and within our programs. And it's a critical part, but it
absolutely. So the volunteers are the lifeblood, and you hear Scott and Cheryl, Eric, myself talk about that, but the volunteers are what makes this place go. Without our volunteers, 2218 wouldn't be open. That's right. Just a simple fact. And if it wasn't for lots of people, like, because look, me and Eric were putting in hours here, as were many other people. And in COVID, we were on the up all the time. Like, I was blessed to have a job that worked with me and said, you can work 2 days a week and you can be up there because it's where you're needed right now. But reaching out and the new volunteers come in, the people spelling people so we didn't get burnt out. And that's what we had to do to stay open. And that's what we continue to have to do. And it's, really a team atmosphere from the desk person to, anyone who's helping out, to the kitchen staff, to squad council, to the board. And we all do this because it's part of our program, like Eric said. And, for me, I got involved because I seen things and I wanted it to go in a different direction, the direction we're going in. And rather than complaining and whining about stuff, I became a part of the change. I became a part of the process and helped. And Eric's that's big. Eric has had talks with me about that. And that's, our president, Scott, is famous for saying, get some skin in the game. Wow. And that's his saying, get some skin in the game. I made it, and this is just me. I can't speak for anyone else. And I made it a deal. You know what? I can pledge. I don't have a job. I'm in treatment right now, but I can find $20 to be a pledging member.
Right.
And it was important to me, and it's continued to stay important to me no matter what.
And you haven't missed a pledge since you started.
No. And, sometimes that's been shenanigans some stuff, but you know what? The benefits have far outweighed the measly $20 for me personally.
And I'm going to segue in this into Gene has chimed in and asked us to also speak about gratitude for the newcomer. And I think when we talk about
lifeblood,
keeping the place open, and what it means for people, like having somebody when you come here greet you and feel welcome and know that you've come home, that
right.
you're not going to be scared off, and being able to feel welcome. I mean, I came to my first meeting I don't know, it had to have been over 15 years when I came to 2218, and the meeting I went to is their nooner here, and
beyond, are we?
Well, I'm not going to mention the name of the meeting,
right,
so not because it's my home group, but yeah, if you know, you know.
Okay.
And it took me, I started coming, it still took me 5 weeks before I actually sobered up. But from where I had been the first time I went to a meeting to the meeting I had here, 15 some years later, made a huge difference because I felt welcome. I didn't feel judged. I thought that for sure was going to happen, and that did not. And it made it easier to come back the next week, and seeing, all these people having something that I wanted, and I was like, well, how the hell are they doing this?
Right.
Like, how does this work now? Like, and now being in meetings and having somebody new and doing a first step meeting seems like it's just such a privilege to be able to talk and try to share that and just try to pull that pressure off, because we've all sat in that chair before. Right. And I what turned me away from working a program, I can easily say I can identify as an addict since I was a teenager, and I had I had to go do some treatment right when I turned 21, and part of that was going to meetings. And this was down south. This was in a small town. I was in college, and I'll tell you, they really didn't take too kindly to this Yankee from up north, having to come to their meeting. And I was so turned off by the whole prospect of it. They flat out told me, they're like, "Oh, you're too young. You can't be an alcoholic. You're too young to be one. Get out of here and go, put some time on it." And I did. I absolutely did. I went out and did a lot more research. But had they approached it differently, maybe I wouldn't have had such a sour spot for the next 15 some years before I came back. And even one of my closest friends who had brought me into my first meeting here, I kept pushing back for so long because I remembered how horrible of an experience it was that first time, and I'm thinking to myself, well, how is it going to change?
Right.
And so, keeping that in mind, like coming back around, like I didn't tell people that it was my first time coming to that meeting, and I didn't tell them first time at the club because I was like, I remember what happened last time.
Right.
And, now when I see people being warm and welcoming, and I'm able to do the same thing, and what's even better is when you see people keep coming back, and that transformation that happens in that first 90 days when you see people, as the bags under their eyes start to go away,
Yes.
the color in their face starts to change.
Get excited.
It is an absolutely amazing
of
thing
the
to
shell.
witness.
Yeah. The smile you see on a newcomer's face when they're getting that 30, that 60, that 90-day chip, and it's
The first time
Yes.
they go to fellowship,
Yeah,
or they
yeah.
go to an event, and they're like,
when the
"These are my
newcomer,
people."
Yeah.
when they realize, wow, we can. You know what? I can speak from personal experience. What I gathered from this was, as a newcomer, once I got to see fun, all of a sudden we're having fun, and I didn't have to be plastered to have fun. It was a new concept. It was something that was. It was honestly, it was mind-boggling until these guys took me out, and I'm talking different experience. A Twins game or going bowling or you should see the video I have of Tad here playing volleyball in the middle of
Daddy ass off.
3 weeks ago with the tank top on, hammering the volleyball. It was awesome, and you know what? That, like I said earlier, is the 2-part thing about this: the fellowship. We have fun. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The newcomer comes in here, and for me too, as a newcomer, you don't know what to expect. I didn't know what to expect. You're showing up. You're gripping on by the tips of your fingertips, not to use anymore, not to pick up anymore, and all of a sudden, there's this warm, hey, I'm glad you're here, or it's good to see you again, or welcome back. It does. The doors are open. The arms are wide for a hug. Not during COVID times, but it's so welcoming to come in here and know there's a seat waiting for you, and it's here whether you're coming back after some research, or you're here for the first time, and then all of a sudden you start seeing people with smiles. They're glowing. You're hearing new things, and then to watch them when you're going through some of this literature with them, and you see the light bulb go over their head, and they're realizing, you know what? Wow, I get to live this way, and they're happy, like real happiness. That was one of the best things for me, was real happiness. Like, it was so fake for so long.
Right.
For me, it was just putting on a smile out of pure memory, like memory muscles of putting on a smile. But you come here, and after like 30 days and 60 days, 45 days, whatever, all of a sudden you're really smiling. You're in the meeting. After the meeting, you're laughing and cracking jokes, and you forget the misery that you just came from. That's right here in the rearview mirror. It's not far. It's one choice away, and they're here. 2218's doors are open. You get to, like they say, it's a warm welcoming when you walk in here. It's awesome. It's something I couldn't. You have to experience it. I implore anyone thinking of just, maybe just give it a shot. Come on in.
Yeah.
Right.
It's, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? You go back out.
Right.
And that has its own thing. I mean, I get it. Like, you go back out, you can die.
I've been kicked out of bars, not a meeting.
Right.
That's me personally.
That's awesome.
I think people have wanted to kick me out of a meeting before, but
They're so understanding.
I think all three of us are in that club.
Oh yeah.
So, when we talk about the newcomer, it gets me jazzed up. And I say that, like, dude, it gets me freaking pumped, dude. Like, you got to think of this as, I remember being scared. I remember being that when I was new to this building, before I went back out and did research, my only experience here was my sponsor bringing me here to do my fifth step. And they let us stay here in this room. This is where I did my first fifth step. I'm now 8-9 years later doing a podcast here. That's really crazy.
That's awesome.
But when I came back, I knew I had to get back here because of the way I was treated as a newcomer. But when I see newcomers in here, like, I can be a little overwhelming at some time, a little intense. I'm like, hey, man, do you want to go bowling? Do you want to go do that?
Yeah.
And, some people are more reserved, but you get the newcomer and you get them involved in the service work. You get them involved in the sober partying, the clean partying,
Right. The fun that it really has.
Fun, and you see their lives change.
Yeah.
You see something. You see like the mask come off, and you see
Guards get down a little.
you see the haziness, the fog lifts, and you see them become themselves.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. So it's a good reminder, that you could go back out there and you could do that, but it's also a good reminder of what you were freely given,
right?
And that you still have that. Because sometimes, I don't know about you guys, but I forget that. I get complacent. I forget that I have it good. My higher power has blessed me. That I get to come and help people.
Right.
That, like, this isn't my job to do the stuff I do here. I get to.
Right.
I get to, and I get to be of service to people. And when I'm not living in gratitude, I become a spoiled little brat. But the newcomers remind me of that.
Right.
And like, I'll do just about anything to help a newcomer. I'll listen to a newcomer. That's why I left. I went and answered someone who's new in the program phone call, and they called back to back. So
you answer that. That's what you do.
I was like, I text them, and they're like, I just needed to talk. And you know what? Turns out it wasn't an emergency, but could have been. And I'm going to do that for just about any of my friends. My phone's always open, and I'm going to get back to them because that's what's been given to me. And I don't know, it just gets me jazzed up. I didn't have people that, would come get me from work,
right.
Before. I didn't have people. And like, in the using world, I would make quick friends, and I would always have these hope that we would be best friends forever and all this stuff. And like, so like what has happened to me and Tim would happen, right? But then we would separate and never talk or never see each other, or maybe a hey, or, it could go 4 or 5 years. That's not going to happen. I mean, it could, but I doubt that that's going to happen, because that's the type of connections that you get to have. And everybody has access to that. And when newcomers finally see, when that light goes on and, the just the energy comes to them, and they're like, I get it.
Yeah, that was like an awakening for me when that first, I can recall it, as a newcomer, that first time it was 3 or 4 guys that, hey, Tim, do you want to come with us to, it was, honestly, it was a dance club. It was, and the guys that asked me if I could show you a picture of them, all of them were over 60 years old. And they were the oldest ones at this club we ended up being. But they said, hey, Tim, do you want to come with? And I, this Tim? Pointing at myself. These guys, it was probably my 3rd or 4th meeting. It was a Saturday night. We went to a different type of club. And matter of fact, it's not around anymore. It was a ground zero place. It's a little different. They're not around, I don't believe. But you know what? That solidified for me that Saturday night being there. And I was as newcomer as you get, 3-4 meetings in, dancing and getting outside of yourself, but it was sober, healthy, fun. And that, like I say, this is a 2-part thing for me personally, is inside the meetings and then the meeting after the meeting, the fellowship. And as a newcomer, it was monumental for me to see, like, wow, look at, they're laughing, they're happy. We're drinking sodas and dancing. I mean, a 40-year-old man out there that's me, 40 years old, trying to dance. I mean, who knows if I was on with the rhythm, but I got outside myself, because you sometimes have to take that leap. You do. You're not used to it for so long. Like he said, superficial friends, fly-by-night acquaintances. It's all fake. For me, it was not real. And you could feel it. You wanted it so bad, because we're good people. You get caught up in this world of addiction, and it's unfortunate. It happens. We all experience it for the most part. And then you see fun. And that's what really drew me in. And I was all in then. There was no looking back. Their arms are open for me, and I want to be there and I do. I go out of my way no matter what. If I'm able to, this program, this club has taught me, I say yes. I say yes. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't harm me or others, the answer is yes. And this club has given that to me tenfold. There's a motorcycle ride, but you know what? Real quick on my story is started out no license, no vehicle, so I took the bus. Then I got a 10-speed. Went to a 10-speed to make my meetings to the bus. Then I saved up enough. I got a moped. Yeah, the 40-year-old man was driving around on a moped to get to my meetings.
That's awesome.
And you can ask some of them guys back then. A little white moped. It looked like it was a knockoff of Vespa. It was just whatever. It was a moped, and people had their thoughts. It looked funny, me on a moped. But then I went from my moped to my first vehicle. Then my vehicle. Then I finally got my Harley. And 2218 has a bike run. I'm like, oh yes, come here for my first long day. Not real long, but it's one of the things that they talk about, that, you know, we do these fundraisers and these drives, and as a newcomer, come on, you're welcome.
Yeah.
The door was open for me to come. I wear that shirt. I have a, Ride for Recovery shirt. I wear it with pride. It's one of my favorite shirts. I wear it whenever I go somewhere that that's part of being a newcomer. I was invited to something where I thought, if you don't know, you think it's some special club. I didn't know. I've always heard of, the recovery programs, but never indulged in them.
Right.
Once I did, I can say today, best choice I've ever made in my life. Best choice. Best choice. And it was just
bar none for me.
God sent that I found this place. I mean, that's how I can word it. So I want to say mic drop, because that there's really no other way I could explain finding this place.
Yeah,
it's just everything.
It's a real blessing.
Yeah, the dinners, the meetings, the fellowshipping, the fundraisers, and you get to be a part of them if you want. It's here for the taking, and this recovery thing's here for the taking. It's awesome. I'm gonna keep babbling, guys, if you let me.
Right.
I
don't intend to stop you. That means I have to talk more.
Right.
I've been only doing this for 8 hours today. I'm probably getting a little tired at this point.
You're a warrior, Eric.
So what's the future looking like for this podcasting? Are we going to have a weekly, or what do we know yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do something. So I think we can wrap this up, because it is getting a little bit late. But what I'm hoping to see happen is we're going to make this happen.
It's going to happen.
We'll do a weekly podcast if these guys are up for it, not starting this Friday, but Black Friday.
I'm in.
After Thanksgiving. Our Recoveroki, which normally goes on Friday evenings, is going to be on hiatus for a little bit due to just precautions that we're taking with COVID. So, but we do want to still have something that people can feel a part of and be able to get in on. So I think podcast, something that we'll get going, that you'll be able to either comment on, or if you even want to, we're utilizing StreamYard, so you can pop in on that with your phone if you want to get a part of the conversation. So
it's going to be really cool.
Have some special guests, and
come be a part of this on your phone. Either comment with us. We'll figure out how to get it. Join it.
Yeah, you can join. You can join right in. All you got to do, we'll send you a link if you want to be a part of this. We'll send you a link, and then you go and sit in our green room, and then you can come and be live in the conversation with us. So
bring your recovery topics, your joys, your hopes, your whatever. Like, let's get this thing.
We're going
some growing pains as we figure out how to get everything set up, and
absolutely. But bear with us.
But it's progress, not perfection. So
perfectly said.
Absolutely. Great one. But come get this with us, guys. Be a part of it.
Yes. There's nothing awesomer. The feeling you get. You get to be a part of this thing too, and it's growing like mad. Oh,
you get to be. You could be our
ground
first
floor.
Guest,
yes.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I'm leaving that open for anyone. Whoever calls in first is going to be our first guest.
We'll get something put together and get this out there. So we look forward to continuing to follow our paths of recovery, and hope that we can, be also a part of your path of recovery. So thank you so much, everybody, for your time.
I want to sign out. Thank you, Eric and Tad, for having me a part of this. Thank you, guys.
Tim. You too, Tim. All right,
thank you all for being here. And I think we're going to wrap this up. So thank you
to the max.
so much. Give to the max. Let me see if I can leave with some. Nope. That's the little ticker. So, hold on.
We are not a glum lot.
He's trying
We're not a glum lot.
He's trying to leave on a high note with some cool music or something.
Oh boy,
dope beat.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous because that's like the.
It's like some Super Mario music he made. I like it though.
That sounds about right. It definitely is some Super Mario. Why is that doing that? Oh, I know what. Oh, okay, hold on.
Good thing the cameras are off. You guys would see me trying to dance. What I learned.
Why is that doing what it's doing?
Who taught you that move?
Oh, I don't know. That was
Absolutely.
Makes me feel like there's something on record that shouldn't be on record, but I got everything hiding, so I can't see if
was it an alert sound type of deal?
Next time we might have some outro music for you.
Yeah, I'd say next time.
Next time. But hey,
you're loved.
You are loved. You are worth it. You are a miracle. Thank you, everyone who was a part of this. This has just been awesome. Thank you for letting me, Eric, and Tim be a part of your recovery, and thank you for being a part of ours. And you guys all have a great night and a blessed week, and we look forward to hearing from you in 2 weeks on Black Friday.
Absolutely. So I'm going to just, let's see, we're going to get that one gone. We're going to get that one gone, and now it's just on me as I say goodbye to y'all because it's been a long day for me, and I hope everybody has at least had a good day, enjoyed yourselves a bit. I hope you've been able to give to the max, give yourself a pat on the back for helping us raise some money. I do know that we did hit our $500 mark, so we do have a corporate backer who is going to match that. So I know we are at over $1,000 raised for today. So thank you so much for all those people who gave $1, $5, $50, $500. We love you all. It is much appreciated. We're going to make sure to keep these lights on, keep these doors open for the addicts and alcoholics who need it. If you're looking for a meeting, don't forget that you can check us out at 2218alano.org. We have our meeting schedule up there. It also will tell you what times we're going to be open and available for you. So hope everybody has a wonderful evening. Good night. And again, thank you so much for coming and being part of this. Take care.